Can I make something good out of this? Can I make something good out of this? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit. Can I make something good out of this? You could be late, you could be true, you could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong. Then I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, 'cause I want more. Can I make something good out of this? Can I pretend that something is missing? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit. Can I make something good out of this? listen to what I need. Put a picture so I can see. February can't chase the days away. Yeah, I would. Why listen to what they say? Save yourself for another day. This one's coming, it's gone to the wind again. Yeah, again. Again. Just listen and make amends. You've been down for as long as you've ever been. This weighs up, but you're down again. It's just like you to pull off what you thought you couldn't think today. The lost stranger, the wonder familiar face. Broken hearts made of pieces that shake. I've had one too many of them. So now we greet. Just like snow castle, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castle, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castle, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castle, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castle, oh, we drift to the edge.
Yeah, let's do it again.
All right.
Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you?
you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Yo, do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, let's go. Thing like I need you. Oh, do you need? Let's go. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. All right. All right, Thursday. All right, Thursday. Thursday. It is Thursday. Oh, shit. Dude, it's crazy. Like, I am losing subscribers left and right over, like, talking about Graham Platner, which is weird because I was, like, very late in even, like, you know, buying into that guy. And now I'm giving an honest assessment, and I guess I'm discovering that a significant number of subscribers here on YouTube, like, just insist that all of this shit is made up. Isn't that crazy? That is crazy because, guys, it's like weird because if you can look at Platner and somehow think that everything else we knew about the man wasn't leading up to this, so you're like, yeah, that actually makes sense. If you don't believe that, you, like, then I don't think SA is even an issue for them. Then it's just a political thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what side you're on. I mean, looking at the progression of things, by the time that came out, it was like, yeah, that seems like totally in line. But there are people who are just, no, this is a hit job. Like, I even told somebody on Twitter, like, please stop fighting for leftism, because I told them, like, the way you're fighting, like, you're never going to win anything for anyone. In fact, you're going to prevent us from achieving shit because you're, like, totally ineffective. You know? You know what I'm saying? It's fucking crazy. It is crazy. Why are people so upset? So the thing about it is there are some people who are insisting that it was all made up to eject Graham Platner and to prevent, like, a non-Middle East war machine candidate from, like, winning that seat. Even though, like, I don't know how Platner was going to do statewide. Dude, it's just crazy. It's crazy that people are so rabid. Like people are so rabid even after it's over. That to me is weird. Okay? I mean, for me, I'm actually embarrassed that I, like, believed in his redemption arc. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, I wanted to believe in the redemption arc. I really did. And he talked a good game. But it's one of those things that is just sort of like, you know, sometimes you get duped. You know? Sometimes you get duped. And I mean, we move on. I mean, I used to be embarrassed of my hairline, and I'm still going. So I will survive the Platner embarrassment too. Dude, that video though, that video he made was like bonkers. It's just really hard because what's hard about it, I think, for some leftists is the fact that they feel like they were so close. It feels like Bernie to them because they feel like here's a guy with the platform we really like, and he's sticking it to him, and he's winning, and he's going to win, and it's going to be great. And then they feel like somebody came in and yanked the rug out from under them. And that is really hard for them. They're feeling like they've never healed. I think they've never healed from the Bernie wound. And I think the Platner wound for some has reopened the Bernie wound. That's what I think it is. I think the Bernie wound is getting triggered. It's getting re-triggered by the Platner wound. Now they have the Bernie Platner wound. Dude, I hope 𝗙𝗪𝗟𝗍𝗍 wins, because if they have the Bernie Platner 𝗙𝗪𝗟𝗍𝗍, like, they might never recover. There might not be a way back. And I'll be honest, dude, we need a lot of these leftist guys. We do. They're fighters, okay? They are like fighters. And many of them have passion and resilience and energy to fucking to spare. I'm telling you right now, okay? I've worked on a lot of political campaigns. 90% of the time, the people that are doing the footwork, okay, the people that are out there doing the door knocking and doing the real dirty work of the campaign are almost always leftists. You see very few like centrist Democrats or moderate Democrats doing that grunty, like boots on the ground kind of work. Okay. The centrists will like donate money and they'll talk a little bit online, but they might phone bank, but they do not do the face-to-face, door-to-door, real like activism work. That shit is done by like leftists. And a lot of times it's done by young leftists, you know? And so I think we really, we need the coalition, right? We need to stop with this fucking nonsensical, like shitting on each other. But dude, it's like, I finally supported Platner, and now everyone's mad at me that I'm like abandoning him. I wonder what's going on for people like Emma and Fran and, Hasan, who have also disavowed Graham and see that like, wow, we were wrong. I wonder if they're getting blowback as well, right? Because it seems like they have even more of an audience, like a way higher percentage of audience that is like deep left. I have a pretty wide mix of audience. People of color, LGBTQ, centrist, left-leaning, far left. I've got a lot. Fran got ratioed on Blue Sky. Dude, let's go. Yeah, I don't worry about it too much. You know what I'm saying? I don't worry about it too much, but I think it's just interesting to observe. Emma's being called a racist? Why is she being called a racist? Dude, what the fuck is she being called a racist over? You sound kind of confused. I think the left and right are starting to unite against Zionism. Yeah, reasonable. You gotta be careful there, okay? Because the right wing that you think is against Zionism are just anti-Semitic, mostly. So a left uniting with the right against Zionism, you're gonna be harboring a whole bunch of anti-Semitic people. So the right wing is either Zionist or anti-Semitic, but there are not like anti-Zionist right-wingers. that believe in helping Palestinians and people like that, you're fucking like kidding yourself, boss. You are going to end up in a rabbit hole. You're going to wake up with the Jake Shields and James Fishbacks of the world sticking their fingers in your ass. You know what I'm saying? I'm serious. That, like, the right wing has two things. They have Zionists that are religious based, like rabid Zionists, or they have anti-Semitic people that hate the Jews as much as they hate the Palestinians, as much as they hate the Arabs and the Iranians and, you know, everybody but them. And there is no right-wing group that is anti-Zionist that is like also wants to help the people in the Middle East, right? I'm not full of shit, right? I'm not full of shit. Later! Get out of my chat. You're a fucking idiot. Dude, seriously. I'm removing you from my chat because you're a fucking idiot. Thank you, though. Appreciate you. You shouldn't have fucking put the asterisk. You should have at least just said it full front. But you can, you know, you can challenge me on Twitter and all the other social media. But I'm not going to argue with you. Red card. Red card. It's true, though. See, that's the thing, though, guys. That's the danger is leftists that think they can unite with right-wing people in anti-Zionism. That's like the Cenk and Tucker, right? Cenk and Candace Owens, Cenk and Marjorie Taylor Greene, okay? Marjorie Taylor Greene is not anti-Zionist, guys. She's the Jewish space lasers lady, right? Give me a fucking break, dude. Come on now. All right, but thank you. Trump was always respectful towards Bernie. Yeah, I mean, well, Tony, I think like there's a lot of shit going on with Trump and Bernie, but the primary reason why Trump was always respectful toward Bernie is because I think Trump and his campaign very early on recognized that Bernie Sanders was something they could exploit, okay? That Bernie Sanders was awakening a part of middle America that the Democrats had sort of forgotten about. And so I think he realized that his real enemy was Hillary and that Bernie was kind of a friend. And in fact, after the primary, Trump started running Bernie's campaign in the Midwest. He became like a populist in the Midwest, being like, I'm here to protect your jobs. I'm going to protect your health care. I'm going to protect your kids, make sure they can get a good education and buy a house and get high wages. Right? He fucking ran that shit. And to me, the biggest thing, like if I could have one do-over, guys, in all of American politics, there's one do-over. If I could just direct one thing and go back and change one thing in time in 2016, you know what it would have been? It would have been to make Bernie Sanders Hillary's vice president. Okay? I think the president being the centrist Dem, whatever, the power person, and having the VP be the populist guy that was igniting the youth, it would have gotten rid of the Trump era. It would have changed the Supreme Court, and I believe it would have ushered in a more like unified coalition of the two factions that are now warring in the Democratic Party. And you know, but what I'm discovering is that the people with all the power, like, are trying to protect their power. You know what I'm saying? And that's really, why not the other way around? Because Hillary won the primary. Okay? Hillary won the primary. She did. Like Bernie got clobbered in the South. Bernie got clobbered in a lot of areas that weren't like the white rural Democrats loved Bernie. And so he did really well in the Midwest. and in the activist states, but you have to win the South to win the Democratic like nomination. And so Hillary, I know there was a shit about the super delegates, but it didn't matter. Like Hillary had too big of a, she had clobbered him too big in the South, right? He couldn't catch up. He got hammered so bad. And so, I mean, if Bernie had won the fucking nomination, then fine. But I'm just saying those two candidates, if the winner of the primary had made the loser of the primary the vice president, like we wouldn't have been here. You know, we wouldn't have been through this. But it's weird though, guys, because everybody's trying to like protect power. And that's that, you know, that makes me a little nervous. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That makes me a little nervous. But, you know, here we are, guys. I think maybe AOC, I mean, I've already seen it. I've already seen, like, I feel like AOC and with the help of Zoran Mamdani and hopefully with the help of some of these other new progressives that are getting into Congress, I feel like people are learning the things to not do and how to expand the coalition. And I mean, I know why Bernie lost the South. I mean, it's pretty obvious, guys. It's pretty obvious that even in the working class in America, there is a class hierarchy that goes by race too. And there's some with gender. And like Bernie being a, you know, whatever, being a leftist person from lily white Vermont, his message doesn't resonate into like, you know, deep territories of color. It like he's not good at messaging across those racial lines, which is weird because he stood for the people in the South. If you look at all of the people in Congress, Bernie was like the only guy who, of anybody in Congress, who was actually protesting against segregation and taking a stand back then. And yet the very people he like took a stand for him don't like trust him at all now, which is like wild to me. I don't know how that happens. It's like, to me, that is like, I want to study that and figure out how did that happen? Like, of all the people in Congress, Bernie was the one guy who, when he was younger, was literally saying segregation is wrong. I'm going to protest this shit. And then when he ran for president, all of the people he was protesting for in the South, none of them would vote for him. None of them trusted him. And I'm like, whoa, dude, that blew my mind. Because I thought they would be like really behind the guy. But there's like a language barrier that, you know, not a speech language, but like a language of understanding racial disparities or something. There's like a language barrier that has been buttressed by, you know, the Democratic Party being the trusted institution. And then for a long time, you know what I think though is going to change, guys? Here's what's going to change though. And this is going to be real interesting because there were a lot of like people of color in Congress, a lot of black Congress people who were like anti-Bernie and were defending the Democratic establishment, but they're all going to be gone. They're literally all losing their jobs because the Voter Rights Act got overturned. And so most of the black congressional leaders in the South are going to be out of Congress. And so it's going to be real interesting to see what happens now when that happens, when all the black leaders get pushed out of Congress. Like, are we going to have some sort of new coalition on the left? You know, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Bernie thinks he can ignore racism. Yeah, see, I don't know. I don't think Bernie's trying to ignore racism. I just think Bernie believes in his heart that classism is a level, is like racism exists on a hierarchy level below classism. And I think Bernie, that's his thing. He thinks, no. If we fix classism, racism will instantly disappear. And that's what Bernie believes. He believes you fix classism and then racism goes. And he literally is like as certain of that as people who believe in God are. And so I'm not completely sold on that, but you know, there is a possibility that you could fix classism first and then see what happens, because I don't know how to fix racism, but I do know how to fix classism. And that just means everybody in the working class comes together. So we could do it. We could give it a shot. We could, like, all the working class could just band together and try it and see if it affects racism. But I don't know. I'm not certain, you know, I'm not certain, because I do know this, okay? Can I just tell you, here's what I do know. And hear me out on this, whether you're white, black, brown, whatever color, anything under the sun. What I do know, guys, is that it's risky for people of color, okay? Because if the classism thing works and the people of color are excluded, the white people would never know it, okay? They wouldn't. You wouldn't even know it. And I think the people of color know this. They know that if the classism thing fails, everybody who's not them will then be better off, and they will still be left out, but nobody will believe that they're being left out. And in fact, everybody will then be the haves, and so they will have no allies after that. Because right now they have allies because there are white people who are not the haves. But if all the white people become the haves and the black people get left out, they're going to have zero allies and they're going to be eternally fucked. So I think it's like a ginormous risk for them because, you know, history has shown that they're probably going to get cut out. And you know, and if they do, all the whites would then be the haves. So the thing is, so they're voting for a system they're familiar enough with and can at least navigate. And I'm never going to blame them for that because it's sensible. You know, it's sensible to, you know, to take your allies and maintain a system you know how to navigate. How are you going to bring everyone in the working class together if you don't address racism first? Yeah, see, Freddie, I don't know, boss. You know what I'm saying, Freddie? I don't know. And let me just tell you right now, the thing that racks my brain, like, I don't know about you guys, but I go through life with like sort of subjects where I don't really spend a lot of time researching it, but it's like background noise of like a greater esoteric question I'm seeking information from the universe for. And the biggest esoteric question right now that I am seeking like information from the universe is how can a white person talk about classism in a way that doesn't lose the trust of women and people of color? How can a white man talk about classism in a way that doesn't lose the trust of women and people of color? Because I feel like if you can answer that question, you can start a revolution. Okay? Whoever figures out the answer to that question is going to start a fucking revolution. And so I'm like, I got my antenna up. I literally talk about that question. It's like I'm seeking, because that is something we have not figured out. You know what I'm saying? We have not figured it out. And you know, just being able to communicate across those lines. Because I feel like like a black man was able to speak that way. Barack Obama was able to speak to white and black people, but Bernie Sanders was not able to speak to white and black people, right? And there's like a, you know, so how can a white man, maybe a white man can't. Maybe it needs to be a white woman. I don't know. But I'm seeking just energetically around that idea. Speak from the heart. There's got to be a way. You know what I'm saying? There's got to be a way. BIPOC women have already done it. Next is a listening project. Yes, no. See, I hear you on that, Rachel, that BIPOC women have already done it. But what's hard, though, is like you still need a coalition, like if you're looking politically, right? Like they're like nothing can be achieved in America without having like a significant number of white men and women fighting on your team because of the way the population and political power is distributed, right? And it would be great if they would just go into listening mode and let all the people of color like take the lead on it. But like nobody in the middle of the country would probably respond to that. Like we need to have some, I don't know. I mean, or maybe there's a way, like, I don't know. That's the thing that worried me about Kamala Harris was I was worried about all these people that in middle America who were just going to like, you know, there's like some about Kamala. She doesn't seem trustworthy when it's just an inherited like distrust of women of color because they're not yet fully free in America. You know what I'm saying? It's going to have to be a white man because only white people, mainly white men in particular, can destroy. Black people speak, but we cannot destroy. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. Yeah, maybe that's it, right? You need the white men to break the structure, right? And then, you know, it could be like people of color and women that lead. Yeah, hatred of women in general. Yeah, dude, the women hatred in America is gnarly, dude. But man, I don't know, dude. It's heady shit. Dude, yo, punks. Bernie did not appeal to greed. Let's go, Tony. Dude, let's go. Dude, it is like heady. It is heady shit, guys. I feel like we're getting closer to a solution, guys. I do. I know this. Hear me out on this, okay? I've done a fair amount of like research on the 60s and let me just tell you, like before the Civil Rights Act was passed and before the VRA in 1965, and then before you saw people crossing racial lines to protest the war together at the end of the 60s, it really looked like it wasn't going to happen, guys. Okay? It looked like it wasn't going to happen. It looked like the white power was winning. It really did. They were like, the KKK was out of control. They were fucking killing people. They were killing civil rights workers and shit and bombing churches. You know what I'm saying? But like people persevered and they won out. They won that chapter. And so I'm telling you, it's weird. I know we're having this like redux of racism and anti-LGBTQ stuff, and it feels like they're winning with the Supreme Court and ICE and all this. But I think this is just the death rattle, guys. Like, I think they're grasping so hard and aggressively trying to domineer all the institutions and media because subconsciously they know that it's really getting cracked open. That it is getting worse, but it is getting worse in a way that's going to like extinguish a lot of their shit. It's like I've never felt so hopeful because they're being so obvious. They are so obviously like overdoing it. It is like the overkill. They're like right out in the open and they're taking all the power, and even with all the power, it's like failing. It's failing. They have all the power. Trump has Congress, he has fucking the Supreme Court, the FBI, the CIA, he has everybody, and they're literally still arguing about the deep state, and like none of their shit is working. Their mass deportations aren't working. They're losing everything in court. The Supreme Court is jacking him. It is just fucking, you know, I don't know, man. I feel like worse is coming. But after the worst storm, there's going to be some really good shit on the horizon. You know? There's going to be good shit on the horizon. And it may start with a couple pine boxes. All right? Dude, he is a horrible human being. But all right, that's my introductory spiel, guys. All right, that is my introductory spiel. But now let's get into the straight politicking. Because again, I'm kind of doing shorter streams today. Dude, thank you guys for kicking us off with those early donos. I saw somebody mention the dance party goal. I will fucking hit that up. All right, let's try. Dude, we've been having trouble hitting the 30 right off the bat. So let's do 2 groups of 15. And see if that is, we're going to take it in smaller chunks. All right. So it doesn't feel so far away. All right. There we go. Initial group of 15. Let's go, baby. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, Steven. Yeah. You see what Steven says? He says he lives in a 50-50 town, telling you being a woman affects voters and being black affects them. Yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely. We are in an incredibly racist country. An incredibly racist country. And guys, if nothing else, you ready for this? Okay? If nothing else, think about this, guys. Think about this. The average age of the Senate is 67 years old. Okay? The Senate is the most powerful legislative body in America. Okay, it's more powerful than the president because of the 6-year terms. Okay, the Senate is the most powerful body in America outside of the Supreme Court, right, which has the ultimate authority, but the Senate literally makes the law. The average age is 67. That means the average age of a senator, they were born in 1959, which means the average age of the most powerful legislative body in America is still filled with people who didn't fight back against segregation. They were fine with it, with the exception of like Bernie Sanders. They didn't fight back until it was publicly safe to fight back. So we are still being ruled by like segregation people. Children of segregation. Our most powerful rulers in America are still segregation kids. And that is very telling. Like, we won't have goodness here until every person in the Senate is somebody who was born in a world that disavowed segregation. Okay? That is, it's stunning to think about it. How it is like filled with racists. Okay? Whether they were born that way or chose to be that way, but they didn't let go of segregation until there was so much popular opinion they had to. And they certainly, with the exception of Bernie Sanders, they weren't fighting it. None of them were. None of them were protesting that shit. Dude, Pinky, Pine Box Dance Party. Let's go, baby. You're born in 55. Nice. Yeah, no, your generation, Ron, was definitely starting to fight for it. Good things will happen. Storm got to go. Dark clouds got to part for the sunshine. We'll make it through the sunshine. Let's go, Walter. But that's just it, though. that's just it though, Ron, because somebody who was born in 1959, who would be 67 right now, they are the ones that are like in that generation you're talking about. But that means like more than half of the Senate is above that age, right? Which is crazy. Dude, Petrozzi, let's go. It's like, I don't know, man. It's freakish to me. It's really freakish to me that we could have had 100 years of segregation and people weren't like, what the fuck is this? You know, there's no way. If I was born in 1900, I would have looked at segregation and been like, dude, this shit is wrong. That shit is like, you intrinsically know, man. Be real. Bernie was an enigma. 60s people sold out. Let's go, Tony. Let's go. Dude. Oh, shit, boss. All right. All right, baby. Dude, let's go. Dude, we're piling through. All right, you ready? We got to do some politicking. Your dad was born in 57? Nice. I was born in 69. And you know, I was born in 69. Right? And I like, you know, my early youth, I had a bunch of older brothers and sisters that were born in like 59 and you know, 58, 57, like that. So they were a little older. So when I was young, I had the luxury of being surrounded by teenagers in the early 70s. When I was like 7 years old, I had a bunch of brothers and half brothers and sisters that were in high school, like 15, 16, 17. It was amazing. There were 4 of them that were that age. So, and they were filled with like the piss and vinegar rebellion of the 60s. They grew their hair long. They like fought my parents, broke rules. They listened to a lot of rock music. My sister refused to wear a bra, used to get in battles with my dad and shit. And so I was lucky to be around people that were young and rebellious and like, fuck these rules. And it was really amazing to see that as a kid. It impressed a lot on me. And it didn't hurt that my dad himself, even though he fought with all them, my dad himself was a rule breaker too, just in a different way. He was more like, fuck the law. Dude, he hated cops. He did. Because he was in prison and all kinds of reform schools and shit. So my dad did not like the police. And he wasn't in prison, though, for like a violent crime or anything. He was in prison because he was like in his 20s and he was dating a woman who I guess was 17 and he got her pregnant, which was like not uncommon back then, but he wouldn't marry her. So they put him in prison for 2 years because he refused to marry her. Her parents like charged him with statutory something or other. And he was like, they're like, marry her or go to prison. And he was like, I'm going to prison, I guess. Dude, I would have married her, dude. Just gotten a divorce. But my dad is fucking stubborn. He was like, dude, if once he decided he was not going to do something, you weren't going to scare him off with prison. Like, I would have just married her and fucking gotten a divorce later. But that's me, you know? Oh, shit. Yeah, dude, everybody in New York City hates Trump, guys, for the most part. I'm serious. Everyone in New York hates Trump because they know, right? Unless they're from Staten Island or if they're rich people who just want the free money. And even the rich people who want the free money, they hate Trump. They know he's a piece of shit. They just want to get richer. You know? But yeah, dude, because everyone in New York knows he's a piece of shit. All right, you guys ready? So, guys, obviously, you've seen I've been putting off the Candace Owens stuff. I've been putting off the Candace Owens stuff. And I don't know why. I think it's because I feel like overwhelmed. I do. I feel overwhelmed with all the amount of information on the Candace Owens shit. So I think we should get into this. Right? I'm tapped out on Candy O. I'm not really, I mean, the Tyler Robinson shit is really important, I think, but it's just, there's so much information because these people that are like in the Charlie Kirk sort of world, like Charlie Kirk is like the only issue that they pay attention to, right? They're just like Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk. And I mean, I don't really care that much about Charlie Kirk. You know, I don't really care about Charlie Kirk. And in fact, you know, I tweeted this thing about how even though I vehemently disagree, like I vehemently disagree with the way Charlie Kirk went, like what happened to him, like I don't agree with that at all. But I do believe that the world is better off without his influence being in it anymore, for sure. And I even believe that his daughters, who, you know, are going to be just a little bit safer growing up around men who won't be influenced by their late father. Hold on, I had an alarm set. I guess I put PM instead of fucking AM. Hold on. Whoopsie, I was like, dude, what is that noise? But yeah, so like, you thought that was the Kermit phone? No, that was my alarm. I didn't wake up to my alarm today. And I was like, dude, why didn't I wake up to my alarm today? And now I realize because I set it to PM. I do that a lot too, guys. I normally set multiple alarms to, and like, even though the phone puts the AMs up top and the PMs down on the bottom, like I still fuck that shit up. But so yeah, so the Tyler Robinson case is overwhelming because I'm not in it for the right reasons. Okay, I'm not. I am not in the Tyler Robinson case because I like care who shot Charlie, or I want there to be justice, or you know what I'm saying? Like I literally don't care about that case at all. I don't care if Tyler Robinson is found guilty or if he gets off. I don't care if it's a giant conspiracy or if it was one guy. I literally don't care. For me, it ended when Charlie ended, but I do care about it as far as like fanning the flames and trying to create a rift in MAGA and shit. So that's what's really hard for me is I have this like selfish vested interest in destroying the movement, but I don't really care about like Charlie Kirk or Erika Kirk or TPUSA or any of those assholes. They're all like assholes. They're all scummy, dude. All of them are. But you ready? Let's go in here and look at it, all right? Do you guys, if you have anything I should be seeing around this case, I'll look at it, but let's look and see what we have here. All right. So here is some information. I guess Lance Twiggs. Okay. Lance Twiggs is being interviewed. All right, I'm just going to go in and start watching shit and we'll piece it together as we go. I imagine we'll spend a couple days, but I know that this is really interesting because Lance Twiggs is supposedly Tyler's like romantic interest and Lance is the person that TPUSA is trying to use as like this transgender angle. Like they really want this, you know, they want it to be a trans, leftist, communist shooter so they can try to monetize this shit. Okay? But all right, let's see.
Okay. Did you and he ever talk about politics?
He did more than me. I didn't really, still don't really keep up with politics very much. He'd usually talk about stuff he heard on the radio on his drive to work in like their work car, since it sounds like their whole crew went in the same car most of the time. But I wouldn't say super consistently because it wasn't a topic I really contributed much on.
What about Charlie Kirk? Did you ever talk about Charlie Kirk?
I personally had never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically.
Okay. How about
Dude, that's pretty damning, right? That he's like, yeah, I've never really heard him talk about Charlie Kirk. I mean, that's pretty damning information.
political issues? So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights?
No, not really. Usually if he did talk about politics stuff, it was relating to Trump or current like policies being like issued or voted on, I think.
See, now who is he talking? So this is the prosecution's attorney too, which is going to be interesting. I don't know if this guy, he was obviously on the stand today. I don't know how long he's going to be on the stand, but it will be interesting to see if they have any evidence to try and impeach this testimony. Because, I mean, guys, can I just tell you, if you look at Tyler Robinson, this kid, he lived in a small town all the way down in the corner by St. George, Utah, okay? And that is FLDS territory down there, guys. It is fundamentalist Mormon, which means they are extraordinarily, like, no gay, okay? And they are extraordinarily about, like, women, you know, being, you know, objects of childbearing. They're like multiple women vessels for the men. It is a very traditional FLDS kind of culture down in southeast or southwest Utah, okay? It is. I've spent many a days down there around St. George, and then you get out by Colorado City, it gets even crazier. But he was from a small town out there, okay? He was from a small town out there. And so, that being said, if Tyler Robinson were not straight or bisexual or something like that, that would be a very big sort of like bone of contention and separation from him and everybody in his family, okay? It would be a huge thing. And so there's clearly been like, you know, when you hear his mom talk, you see some of the shit his parents have said, there's clearly some sort of family dynamic going on with Tyler and these parents, and it is probably centered around that sexuality. But like, if you look at Tyler and his Discord messages and shit, this guy was not overly political. He was not a leftist. He was not up on like the DSA or watching leftist streamers. He was more like Lance said, listening to the radio or whatever. He was more like, I don't know, Facebook kind of politics or what have you, like that. He was not like politically active. He was just, you know, politically interested. He certainly wasn't some raging leftist activist that was also running around shooting people. And so somebody said that this is just a taped deposition that they played. So can you give us some background on this? 𝗙𝗎 saying he wasn't on the stand. It was a video deposition in lieu of being on the stand. But so my question for you there, for 𝗙𝗎 is why were they playing this in the courtroom? Like, is Lance Twiggs going to take the stand, or were they using this deposition? Are they using this deposition as a way to like impeach his testimony? I'm curious. Oh, got you. We're still in a preliminary hearing. Okay, got it. I thought the trial had started. Have they done jury selection? Hold on. I think we're in the trial, boss. Oh no. So no, it is a week-long preliminary hearing. Oh shit, dude. So this is crazy. See, I thought they had started the trial. No, I get it. So now this is just the preliminary hearing where they're exposing evidence to try and secure an actual trial. Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. And Trucker, the entire state of Utah is Mormon, but I'm talking about FLDS, boss. Okay? I'm talking about FLDS, the fundamentalist Mormon sect. And that is mostly centered down near the Arizona border and down by St. George. I mean, there are little pockets of it, like all over Utah, but the FLDS is mostly in the southern and southwestern area, right? So I'm talking about a specific sect. Guys, I spent a lot of time in Utah, okay? Let me just tell you, I am not a Mormon, but I had a girlfriend who, like a tour girlfriend who was a Mormon, and I used to play anywhere from like 3 to 12 shows a year in fucking Utah. I had a really good friend in Provo, and like a friend who would give me a Book of Mormon every time I stayed at his house. Dude, there's a lot of Mormons too. It's not just Utah. If you get into Idaho, right? Like southeastern Idaho is filled with Mormons too. Now, I personally, guys, I've always liked Mormons. I think because I was sober and so touring around the Mormons was pretty cool because they're all sober too. So, right? So I liked them, and I also the Mormon girls are a unique breed, right? If you're non-Mormon and the Mormon girls, you're like the, I don't know how to describe it, because they have to marry a Mormon guy, and most of the Mormon guys are not very exciting, so they like thirst for non-Mormon rock and roll types who are not going to be around very long, if you know what I mean. They're dude, you're like the forbidden fruit if you're a rock and roller who plays in Utah. Dude. And I was a fucking degenerate, okay? So I'm not ashamed to admit it. That's all I'm gonna say. Dude, Elf! This is to help your son. Let's go! Dude, Elf coming in hot! Let's go, guys! All right. Dude, we missed the timer, but we did get 5. So let's reset the timer. Dude, Elf is fucking dropping the biggins. Dude, let's go, dude. Dude, let's show Elf some love, baby. Let's go, boss. All right. Let me get this. Dude, dude, can I just say though? Sorry to take a break here. Can I just say something about Utah? I think Utah, guys, is like the best state in the fucking union, guys. We're gonna try our 15 again. All right, we're gonna get it, dude. We're gonna do this. I'm serious, dude. Utah is like the land. I don't know if it's like the salt or the red clay or what, but Utah is like, when I've been everywhere driving on tour, when you roll into Utah, it's like, it feels different. The air feels different. There's a feeling there that, like, no matter which direction I would come from, once I get into Utah, I just feel calm. And I don't know if it's like the pH of the dirt and the salt and all that shit there that just feels right to my skin. But for me, Utah feels like the calmest and most like centered and connected land in all of America. And you know, I completely understand why the Mormons settled there, because there's something magical about the place. It's just really fucking incredible. You know, I don't know what it is. Dude, 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏, let's go. But I love it. Right? Oh, your parents didn't like the booze laws? I bet. But it is, you know, and somebody asked about FLDS, and yes, they still do polygamy. FLDS does. They do polygamy, and they're also like, they're like super strict. Like, they're super austere. Like, women have like no rights really in FLDS. They do polygamy, but they also like women are raised with a servitude, like a deep servitude sort of mentality, to be like caretakers and shit. And so even the ones that don't do polygamy, the women there are sort of like terrorized from little on. And yeah, they have tons of kids. They marry people really young, like having 16-year-old brides or whatever is not uncommon. And the ministers are sort of have that cult leader kind of vibe too. They have like, it's hard to describe. I feel like their churches are less about the Mormon religion, and they're more about the person who's leading the church, right? It's that kind of vibe where it feels like they're all a bunch of sects, you know, sex, SECTS, right? You know what I mean? Like the Mormon church is like the supremacy is the church. But when you get down into the FLDS, it feels like the supremacy is with the person leading whatever like church in that area is. It's like different. It's like a different, I don't know, it's got that cult leader sort of vibe to it. I'm really fascinated by that, guys. I am. Those fundamentalist religions are really fascinating to me, boss. They're like, there's the mentality of them, you know, it's, and I mean, guys, we're living through this. Okay. There is not, I'm telling you now, there's not a lot of difference between the FLDS sort of cult mentality in those small churches in southern Utah as there is in like the mega churches in Texas, or people like Paula White who like lay hands, and you know, the MAGA, the way they look at Trump. There's a very similar mechanism going on in regular evangelical Christianity, that they may not have multiple wives, but they're doing the same shit. They're marrying young people. They're grooming women. They're training women to be vessels and like childbearing, child caring. Like it is not that different, guys. Okay. It is not that different. It's like a scary time in American Christianity. Like you can go to the South and you can find churches that are every bit as cult leader worship as you would find on like an LDS ranch in southern Utah. Dude, Woke Nate, let's go!
Hey!
It is creepy. Let's go, guys! All right, dude, let's go. We're banging it out, guys. Two down. We got this. All right. So the trial, if they have a trial, it's not even like following September or your arguments. So, dude, they're not even going to know if there's sufficient probable cause for a jury trial until like October. This is crazy. Guys, I thought the trial had already started. All right, now I don't even have to be so overwhelmed because now I realize, all right, now I get it. This is so they are just showing their evidentiary hand in order trying to get a trial. So this is presumably where we're finding out what the prosecution does and doesn't have. All right, so let's see. Here's more from this deposition.
So he acted erratically. Was he pacing? Was he just sitting down, relaxing?
No, he was walking around a lot.
Right, and that's within the home.
Mm-hmm.
And did he talk about what he had done?
Didn't go into detail. I just asked him in person if what he said was true the night before, and he said it was. I started crying a little bit and said he wishes he hadn't done it. And then kept going around and just doing stuff, I think, to keep himself busy or distracted or something.
Okay. Did he talk about what he was going to do next?
Okay.
And then eventually said that he would talk to his parents or turn himself over.
Dude, why did they, was there some personal details that they felt the need to cut out there? That was really weird. They cut something out.
And when you left, was that how you left, understanding that he was going to turn himself in or go to his parents' house?
Yeah, and I didn't really want to be at our apartment while any of that was happening, regardless of what went down.
See, this is, that's obviously pretty damning, okay? That's pretty damning to have his partner or roommate or romantic partner, whatever Lance Twigg is, like basically saying that Tyler did this or said he did it. Now, we still have the issue of this bullet and this gun. And one thing I know with this that was pretty crazy about this trial, guys, was the fact that there was a bullet found. There was another bullet found. Like, there are a couple of things here. Hold on, I'm going to mark that. But there was a bullet that was found on a building. Look at this. This is crazy. All right, you ready?
On September 10th, that a bullet was found on a roof. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Do you have knowledge about that bullet, what that is about?
Yes, I do.
What roof was that bullet found on?
I believe it was found on the computer science building on the roof, on the far east side of the roof of the building itself.
How do you know that it was found there?
I reviewed the agent's report that found that, documented it, and collected it.
What agent was that?
It was Agent Ben Schneider with SBI.
Are you aware of where the computer science building is on campus?
Yes.
Can you explain generally where that is located?
Yeah, from where the 𝗙cie building is, it's a building directly kind of south and east of there, from the 𝗙cie.
Southeast from the 𝗙cie building. Where is it in connection to the auditorium section that we've been talking about where Mr. Kirk was stationed?
It's east of there. East and a little bit south. Yeah, mostly east.
So basically, Charlie Kirk is here, all right? And or I'll do it this way, right? We'll put Charlie Kirk over here, and the 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝗆 building is here, right? And so the bullet was found from a building right here, which is like right across the way from the building where Charlie was shot at. So, I mean, I know I heard something about them saying that, like, oh, that a cop maybe cleared it. This was a bullet from a cop's rifle or something.
Would there have been, from that roof of the computer science building, to your knowledge, would there have been a line of sight to Mr. Kirk's tent?
No, not according to the agent, Agent Ben Schneider. There was not a line of sight from there to where the tent was, where Mr. Kirk was.
But I when I think about that bullet being there, you got to think about somebody moving. Was there a caliber on here?
Documented it and was found on the computer science building.
About that bullet, what that is about?
Yes, I do.
What roof was that bullet found?
Do they have like the size of this?
Bullet.
The one from the cop was a 223, right? Hold on, let me see. It's a 223 bullet, right?
All right, I want to move on to another.
This is like, here, I want to watch the full thing on this bullet. So let's see what a 223 versus 30-06 bullet. I mean, it's a significantly smaller fucking bullet for sure. Right? I mean, they look like exactly the same though, right? Yeah, they're literally exactly the same. It looks like they're fucking super similar, just different size, right? Both their AR-15 and bolt-action rifles, right? So competitive shooters. Size matters? I mean, it can. I mean, I would imagine that there would be, some police that would use that. So maybe it is a legitimate popped out of a rifle. You know, we need to see the autopsy report. Dude, I don't think anybody has seen an autopsy report. Okay.
All right, I want to move on to another topic. You've stated that you've been present for the duration as the case agent of the preliminary hearing. Is that right?
Yes.
We heard testimony yesterday about turning to the scene at UVU on September 10th, that a bullet was found on a roof. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Do you have knowledge about that bullet, what that is about?
Yes, I do.
What roof was that bullet found on?
I believe it was found on the computer science building on the roof, on the far east side of the roof of the building itself.
How do you know that it was found there?
I reviewed the agent's report that found that, documented it, and collected it.
What agent was that?
It was Agent Ben Schneider with SBI.
Are you aware of where the computer science building is on campus?
Yes, yes.
Can you explain generally where that is located?
Yeah, from where the 𝗏𝗡𝗍𝗍 building is, it's a building directly kind of south and east of there, from the 𝗏𝗡𝗍.
Southeast from the 𝗏𝗡𝗍 building. Where is it in connection to the auditorium section that we've been talking about where Mr. Kirk was stationed?
It's east of there. East and a little bit south, and mostly east.
Would there have been, from that roof of the computer science building, to your knowledge, would there have been a line of sight to Mr. Kirk's tent?
No, not according to the agent. Agent Ben Schneider, there was not a line of sight from there to where the tent was, where Mr. Kirk was.
Did you learn from Agent Snyder what caliber that bullet was?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
It was a .223 caliber.
What is a live round?
It's a round that had not been fired, so it still had the projectile, and it was a fully functional bullet with ammunition with the bullet.
Did you learn if this .223 bullet found on top of the computer science building was a live round?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
It was still intact. Still had the primer had not been was not dented, not been fired. It still had the bullet projectile in the end and still sealed.
Did you observe this bullet personally, or is this information you're getting from Agent Snyder?
From Agent Ben Schneider.
All right, turning to a different topic. And Judge, I'm aware that there are going to be...
All right. So, I mean, is it possible a cop had a rifle, dropped a bullet out there? I suppose it is. But I would imagine that would be pretty easy to check out. Dude, Jenna, let's go. That would be pretty easy to check out, right? Would be to, compare that bullet to the type of rounds the various officers use. We should be pretty easy to figure it out. I want to look at something else because there was some other shit going on, guys, with the limping. Okay, did you see this stuff? So I did do a little search, and there are like the Utah Highway Patrol and other federal Utah like branches supposedly do use .223 ammos in their patrol rifles. Okay, so but again, you should be able to compare the round, right? You should be able to compare the round to the rounds that people use. That would be, if it was not one of their bullets, it would be pretty easy to impeach. It's not like they buy their bullets at different places every day. Those institutions buy their ammunition in bulk from the same place, like over and over and over again. So that, right? So that should be easy to prove. But I saw that there was something with the Tyler footage of him limping. Okay, I thought this was interesting here. All right, where they show
did previously on foot.
And this takes just a moment.
Where they show him. Okay, see how he's limping?
And why?
Now, he's limping with his right leg, okay? That is supposedly, there's like a gun barrel or something in his pants with the right leg, okay? His right leg is limping. Now, I believe there's some other footage. All right? There he still is, his right leg. Okay, there's this one.
And again, we're able to track.
Let's look at this video. Again, it's his right leg.
We're able to track.
Is the stiff one with that false limp.
This parking structure.
But now look at this one. Look at this one, guys. Okay? I've seen this, and I don't know if this is accurate, but look, guys, watch.
And again, we able to
Right
track-
leg,
so we able to
right
track
leg,
Mr. Robinson,
right? Supposedly with the rifle in there, but look at this one.
parking structure.
It's his left leg. That is his left leg. That is the one that is stiff now.
When he leaves this parking structure.
Yes, we were able to.
Right? Now, I don't know. Again, I've seen this video out there, but like, I don't know if this video is somebody just took the footage and reversed it, like they mirrored it. I want to see an actual, like, I have not seen the actual, like, court documented footage of that, of him. I mean, it looks like that's the camera, right? It looks like that's the cam. Because to me, that is actually pretty damning and weird.
Individual in the. It's approximately 8:30 in the morning on September 10th, 2025.
And what leads you to believe that this particular vehicle belongs to Mr. Robinson?
Information that was provided regards to driver's license and Department of Motor Vehicle records. The vehicle fits the description of a vehicle owned by Mr. Robinson.
Is there anything unique about that vehicle that stands out to you?
The shape of the vehicle is very distinct, but predominantly the wheels were very distinctive on this version of the vehicle.
Now what do we see?
The driver of the vehicle exits the vehicle and then walks on foot to exit the parking garage. It's the individual in the red T-shirt and the shorts and the shoes.
And do you believe you recognize who that person is?
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe that's Tyler Robinson.
All right, that's supposed to be Tyler getting out of his car. Well, let's see if we can find another court version of that clip. Because we've seen with this one.
You believe this is Mr. Robinson returning to campus?
I do, yes.
Okay. And what do you believe is Mr. Robinson?
The shoes are the same, and the images that we have are
Again, it's his
from my view
right
and
foot.
seeing Mr. Robinson on the video, it's the same person.
Now what do we see?
So it's Mr. Robinson coming up the stairs of the parking
His
structure.
right foot is the one that is.
Again, he seems to be having issues walking.
And again, we're able to track. So we're able to track Mr. Robinson when he leaves this parking structure.
See, there it is.
Yes,
That's his left foot, guys. That's fucking weird, bro. That is the actual fucking court document. This is the New York Post. They're using the one from the fucking Post, guys. And it is him. It is like, now it's his left foot. That is the one fucking.
Leaves this parking structure.
Right?
Yes.
So unless there is like some mirror image camera or whatever they're using, that's fucking strange to me, dude. Right? That is not adding up.
Yes, we were able to.
Okay.
And again, in the top left corner, the individual is now seen running across the rooftop of the 𝗙cie building to what would be the southwest corner of the building, crouching down and then crawling to the corner of the building.
You believe this?
So that is unusual. I had seen that and I thought, that's pretty unusual, guys. That is like that to me. That doesn't add up. But now again, that camera could be like, I don't know why it would be like a reverse image. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be a reverse image. I can't think of any reason why there would be like a reverse image camera somewhere, you know? But that is definitely a discrepancy that doesn't make any sense. something's going on. It is, yeah, it's like mirror flipped. But why would it be mirror flipped? There's no, because when I first saw it, when I first saw the footage of that, it was on Twitter. Okay. So when I first saw the footage on Twitter, what I had assumed was that somebody had recorded the footage with their phone and just flipped it to make like a fake aha. But now I'm seeing it's the same court footage that the New York Post is using. And, you know, obviously we could see some footage of somebody walking down here. There is a timestamp on this.
Yes, we were
okay?
able to.
There's not a timestamp on the New York crop thing, but there is a timestamp on the full frame thing. Now, what I was going to say is if the way to test it would be if this camera had a person walking down the stairs, we would see if the shit on their shirt is regular or is it, you know, reflected. If somebody walked down these stairs and you could read what was on their shirt, we would know it's not reflected. But that's a weird detail that, you know, is because he definitely is
seems to be having
right foot,
issues walking.
Right foot, and then all of a sudden left foot.
And again, we're able to track Mr. Robinson when he leaves this parking structure.
Yes, we were able to.
And that is left foot is now the one. Upgrade those cameras. Dude, you put a flock camera in there, boss. All right, you ready? We got 5 minutes, guys. Let's go. If we're dancing, let's get it. Dude, yeah, I think they found some bullets that said it was definitely Tyler. It was not Benny Netanyahu. That's what the bullet said. 𝗙cie Patel found a whole case of bullets that said this Benjamin Netanyahu was not here. Dude, let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's hit it. We're going to get this dance party. We're playing catch up. So let's go. Let's go. We got 4 minutes, guys. We need 14 in 4. 14 in 4. Yeah, it is some crazy shit. Dude, the ability to go there and pull off a shooting like that, though, is like, I don't know, man. It's hard for me to process that you know, how old was Tyler Robinson? Like 20? Is he like 21? Dude, Dark Woke Nate Paula, let's go! How old was he? I mean, dude, I have a 21-year-old kid. And processing a 21-year-old kid. Shin, LFG dance, let's go! Processing a 21-year-old kid, being able to, like, pull that off with all of those moving parts and, like, scouting it, planning it, pulling it off so calmly and collectedly, arriving right before Charlie gets out there. It is like nerves of steel professional. Yee, shout out to my swim team coach. I live in swim team. I coach in Oakland. Let's go. Who's your swim coach? Swim team. Dance like no one is watching. Let's go, Sandy. Let's go. Thank you, boss. 3 minutes, guys. It just feels like really unreasonable. Right? 238. Yeah, but 𝗙cie, when you say they make killers in the army by 20 every day, yeah, but those guys go through months of basic training and they are like broken down and mentally built into being killers. This guy, like, we have footage from him a year ago getting in a car accident, and he was not broken down in the military. You know what I'm saying? That's just it. This kid supposedly went from being like a nerdy Discord guy to being like SEAL Team 6 all by himself, right? That is just a weird, it's not the most believable transition. It's not like this kid was seen out at shooting ranges, training and all that. You know, let's go. And but the hunting upbringing is like, I don't know. To me, that seems a little different than walking through a busy school, knowing where the cameras are, keeping your head down so the camera can't get any facial recognition. Like, it was like so like professionally collected. Dude, let's go. 122, guys. 10 away, baby. 10 in 1. Yeah, I don't think Twigs seems like, right? I don't, is Lance Twigs even trans? I'm not even buying that Lance Twigs is transgender, right? Let's go. Dude, May Money, Fremont Tiger Sharks going for a 3-peat chance. Let's go. I used to swim May Money. I was a distance swimmer. I swam with the Glendale YMCA and my high school team. I used to swim the 200, 500, and 1650. And then junior nationals, I did the 200, the 400, and the 1500. Right? Sometimes the 800. But, dude, I was the long guy. Let's go. 30 seconds, guys. 9 and 30. 8 and 30. Love your work, Meg. Thank you, Wendy. Dude, we love some shrimps on the barbie out in Australia. Let's go. 8 in 15 seconds. We need 8 real quick. 8 in 10 seconds. Let's go. Oh, shit. We're going to reset the 200 IM. Oh, no. I never swam the IMs. I was just all freestyle. That was my shit. Distance freestyle. All right, let me take a total of what we got so far so we can reset. All right, ready? Here, hold on. Let me get a total. We're going to reset the counter. Dude, I was only freestyle, pretty much only distance. I was good at the long races. I was good at all the shitty ones. And it was shitty too, because you go to the swim meets and they put like the last races are the 1650, right? So if you're at a 3-day meet and you're swimming the 1650, it's always at the end of the last day. You're like the last fucking people there and there's nobody left in the stands, right? Everybody's gone. It's shitty, dude. It was pretty bummer. All right, let me take a count here real quick. All right, you ready? Here we go. So 16. So we're 15 shy, guys. 14 shy, but we'll call it 15 for shits and giggles. All right, let's go. We're halfway there, guys. Dude, that's better than I thought we were. I thought we were like way beyond. Let's go, baby. You got this? Dude, we got this. We got this. We're going to set it up again, dude. Dude, we never say die on the dance party. Dude, I love it. I love that you're a swim coach. Swimming is so good. You know, it is. It is really good. Like what I always liked about swimming, guys, let me just tell you, because I'm super competitive. Okay? Quick little sidebar. I was the youngest of 7 kids. So I came out really competitive because I was always competing with like older kids for everything. And I wanted to do what they were doing. So I came out of the box really competitive. But what was hard is I wasn't really good at sports because I was small. I was skinny. I was light. I wasn't fast. I was like, right? I was really scrawny, but I was like gritty. Okay. I was gritty. So I tried all the sports. I played slow pitch baseball in like 4th grade. I was pretty good at that. 3rd grade. And then I played basketball. And then I played fast pitch baseball. Then I did tennis. I did bowling. I did cross country. I got on the football team in 9th grade. I did track and field in 7th grade. Then in In 10th grade, I played water polo. And then I was going to go do track again, but they made me, if I wanted to play water polo again, I had to swim. Like it was mandatory. You had to swim. So I did swimming, but then I was like really good swimming, right? I was really good at swimming. And that's when I found my thing. But what I liked about swimming is a really scrawny person could kick the shit out of people. And I also played tennis, right, during like 8th grade. And so the 1650 isn't meters, Donna. It's 1650 yards. So in America, you have two different types of swimming. You have like high school swimming, which is yards. And then you have Olympic swimming, which is in the big 50-meter Olympic pools. That is meters. So the mile in the Olympic pools is 1,500 meters in the 50-meter pool. But if you're swimming it in high school or in like junior national competition, the mile is 66 laps of a 25-yard pool. So it's 1,650 yards, right? And that's the way it was. Like in yards, you had the 200-yard, the 500-yard, and the 1,650-yard. And then in meters, you had 200 meters, 400 meters, or 1,500 meters were the races. And they also had sometimes a 1,000-yard race or an 800-meter race was that like half-mile intermediary distance. So it depended. When I would swim with the YMCA, most of the races were in the 50-meter pools. But when you swim in high school, all of the pools were 25-yard pools. And like CIF and all that shit was in yards. So, and then the YMCA would sometimes do non-junior national qualifying meets that were also in the 25-yard pools, right? But yes, in the metered events, they're 50-meter pools, which are like nuts. So it was pretty crazy. It's an American thing. And it's an American, though, I mean, I'm assuming they still do it, right? It's just mostly because most schools can't afford a 50-meter pool, right? I mean, they're fucking crazy. Dude, Elf says, I can't swim, but if Tommy can do butterfly or back, I think I'd have to remove myself. Dude, I can swim butterfly. Let's go, baby. Dude, I'll butterfly all over your ass. 5280, yes. Well, let's go. Dude, let's go. Let's giddy up. Dude, let's just get this dance party right now, guys. We're 14 away. We're going to just sit in it, dude. We got 10 minutes. We're going to bang this shit out, dude. Dude, Elf, how can you not swim, bro? How can you not know how to swim? Let's go. Dude, how can you... I feel like I want to go to Chicago and teach Elf how to swim, boss. Dude, let's go. Dude, we're going to dance, May Money. We're getting it. We are getting it. Let's go. Let's go. 14 away, baby. We got this. 14-9. Giddy up. Yeah, swimming is good shit. Dude, I had something weird go on. Like when I was a swimmer where, you know, I was afraid of the water and like I couldn't float. I would sink trying to do the back float. I was like so scared. And then my dad like found out about it and he got mad and he took me to the pool and he just fucking threw me in the deep end. And then I was like terrorized and scared and like really unhappy and I didn't want to swim at all. But then something fucking happened, dude. I remember like something happened where one day I literally just swam. it like literally just clicked one day. And then, you know, a couple months later, I was like diving off the high dive and shit. Because we used to have high dives. I don't know if they still have them in pools, but we used to have like a 10-foot high, like springboard diving board. That was amazing, dude, at the pools. Oh, it was so fun. Let's go. Good night, Lisa. Take care, guys. We got 8 minutes. 14 and 8, baby. Let's go. Giddy up. Synchronized swimming dance party. Let's go, Robbins. Robin's egg. Let's go. We love to see it. $13, guys. 13 away. Dude, Robin coming in hot. Let's go. Kermit can swim, boss. Kermit can fucking swim. Dude, you know what else was crazy? You know how I said that, like, we lost a bunch of subscribers with the Graham Platner video? We lost a bunch of subscribers, too, for the video about the man who cut off his penis and set it on fire and fucking burned the garage down. Dude, a bunch of people unsubscribed when they watched that video. Like, why would you unsubscribe for that video? Like, you know what I'm saying? Dude, I don't even know what that is all about, boss. That is some strange shit. If you're unsubscribing about the penis video, that's like the funniest video like I've seen in a long time. Dude, somebody got like butt hurt that I made a video about penis extraction. Dude, let's go. 13, guys. 13 away. 6 minutes. Giddy up. Are we dancing? Are we dancing? Yeah, it's crazy. I thought that video was like super funny, but man, the subscribers, some people took that shit to heart. They were like, I'm out. Pretty wild. Dude. I like figuring it's gotta be dudes, right? 6 minutes, baby. 13 and 6. Giddy up. Last chance to dance. All right. And we're going to look at some more Charlie Kirk shit. We're going to look at Candace Owens and Erika Kirk. They're fighting. Dude, MAGA is fighting hardcore over the Charlie Kirk stuff, guys. They are brawling. And I want to look at Scott Jennings, too, and a little bit of a James Wood scandal. But we got to get this dance party. Dude, 13 and 5. We're going to be cutting it close. Dude, someone cut it off with a rubber band? No, I did not fucking see that. That's brutal. That is brutal, guys. 13. Dude, that is brutal. Like, no thank you. I'm gonna leave my fucking penis alone, thank you. Lost some members over a member, yes. Ah. The members over the member, 4 minutes. Dance party is ticking, 13 and 4. Boom, bap. Let's go. Four minutes. Ooh. Dude, we're not going to get it, I don't think. Let's go. You will dance on the pine box. I will too. 12 and 4. Now, we're going to get it. I'm going to stay positive. We got this. Easy fucking 𝗙cie𝗶𝗍𝗀, boss. 𝗙𝗍𝗶𝗍𝗀. Let's go. Three minutes. 12 and 3. Let's go, Elf. I'm always a pessimist. Dude, it's hard not to be a pessimist, Elf. I don't blame you. Dude, let's go. Dude, Dark Woke Nate, Trump dance for Belgium. Let's go for Belgium. For kicking the shit out of America. Let's go. 10 and 3, baby. We're getting this shit. Let's go. We're fucking getting it. 10 and 3, dude. We got this. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. 2.5. Down. It's going to be down to the wire, though. Oh, shit. Down to the wire. DTW, baby. DTTW. 2 minutes. 10 in 2. The clock is ticking. Shit, boss. 10 in 2. Let's go. Yeah, down to the wire. 145. Ticking. Ticking. Let's go. Get her done. Let's go. 9. 9 away. Oh, shit, boss. Nine away. Oh. 1 minute. Oh, shit, dude. Now I don't think we're going to make it, actually. I thought we were going to make it, but, like, dude, 9 in a minute, 8 in a minute. Let's go. It's going to have to be a busy minute. 8 away, 8 in 1. This is it. That's a tall order. Dude, we've been like moving pretty slow. Oh shit, 45 seconds. Ticking away 40. There it goes. Oh. There, we're watching the dance party fade away. And it's gone. You're a lost soul. We're so close. So close, boss. Oh shit, dude. 7. 7 away. Ten seconds. All right. Dude, it's going to be the first night we don't have a dance. That is crazy. And we missed it. Oh, brutal. All right, we move on. We move on to the Charlie Kirk stuff. GG's. Dude, it was a good effort. It was a solid effort. You can't, an A for effort. Dude, 7 away. All right. So, dude, I'm gonna reset it. Dude, we're not gonna give up. But I have to do it for 10 now. We need 7. We'll try one more time. Let's go. Oh shit, there it is. Keep it going. All right, you ready? We're moving on. Moving on to the Tyler fucking shit. Yeah, see, this is weird, right? Dude. This is it is kind of
And
weird.
Agent Davis, who are we seeing here?
That's Tyler Robinson.
And although we are watching it on video, what is he wearing at this time?
He's working a dark colored baseball cap with has like I believe it's like maybe the 𝗙ecie symbol on it, like a white symbol on front. It's a burgundy short sleeve shirt with.
See, isn't it weird though? I mean, it is kind of weird that like there's never a shot of his face. Like, right?
And
I mean, isn't that strange? There's never a shot of his face, ever. There's like all of this footage, and he walks by these cameras, and he walks into these rooms, he turns and spins, and he's wearing the clothes and the shoes, but you never fucking see his face. And that is really strange, okay? And this, though, right, this harkens back to what I was talking about with how, like, that professionalism, all right? You need 𝗙cie𝗶𝗃𝗃. Let's go make money.
Hey! Modarabaka sakatarabaka sakatara.
Because my point being is that people that do like special operations are trained to like go somewhere, clock all the cameras, right? Know exactly how to maneuver in a room without your face showing up on the camera, okay? Your typical 20, 21-year-old boy is not going to have that kind of skill, right? That's the thing that I'm saying is like really weird. Now, somebody said, why would he go in and confess? And so the thing about this is if there was some scenario, right? Like if this guy was a part of some operation, this guy would be the setup dude that would then take the rap. He would go and he would get imprisoned, and then maybe he gets imprisoned and whatever. They put him in a special wing and you never see him again and he's off to la la la. Or I don't know. It's just really weird because it is believable that somebody would flip out and shoot Charlie Kirk, but it's not real believable to me that some 20-year-old kid is maneuvering around like a special operations person, just perfectly like covering his tracks. You know, that shit it's a little weird, guys, because the first thing you notice about most criminals, okay? And you can ask any detective, you can ask any fucking, right? Most criminals are like sloppy. That's why they get caught, okay? They're sloppy, and they usually don't get caught only because the cops are somewhat inept. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this is like Jason Bourne over here, dude. He is like, he doesn't leave a fingerprint on anything, right? He's like, the DNA is left in perfect percentages, you know, and he knows how to walk into every room without showing his face, but then supposedly leaves a gun out in the open with a thumbprint on it when, like, yeah, you know, it is just a little bizarre to me. Please don't pull some Joe Rogan stuff. Let's go. Dude, what's the Joe Rogan? That the whole conspiracy thing? The conspiracy thing? Dude. This video's funny, dude. You see this video? Yeah, no, the jump down is pretty crazy. Right, he's running. Watch this jump, though. I mean, that's pretty dialed, boss. Again, this is him turning himself in. He comes in and we never see his face, boss. And he is conveniently wearing the same shirt, though, that he was wearing when he, stalked the school. What is this?
Sturgill, you may proceed.
Appreciate that, Judge. Thank you. Go ahead. Okay, what are we seeing here, Agent Hall?
That's the vehicle that is believed to belong to Mr. Robinson arriving in the parking garage on campus.
Yeah, at what time in the morning? What time of the day?
It's approximately 8:30 in the morning on September 10th, 2025.
And what leads you to believe that this particular vehicle belongs to Mr. Robinson?
Information that was provided regards to driver's license and Department of Motor Vehicle records. The vehicle fits the description of a vehicle owned by Mr. Robinson.
Is there anything unique about that vehicle that stands out to you?
The shape of the vehicle is very distinct, but predominantly the wheels were very distinctive on this version of the vehicle.
Now what do we see?
The driver of the vehicle exits the vehicle and then walks on foot to exit the parking garage. It's the individual in the red T-shirt and the shorts. And,
what time did he say this was? Right? What time did he say this was? Hold on.
Is there anything unique about that vehicle that's
information?
Time in the morning? What time of the day?
It's approximately 8:30 in the morning.
Okay, so the day Charlie is shot, he shows up in his car at 8:30. Dude, Elf really wants to dance. Let's go! Dude, I want to dance too, guys. All right, we got 6 minutes. Dude, and we'll fucking pause. Yeah, but this is the day of the shooting, though, right? So he went the day of the shooting, yes, was casing that morning, and then I guess he came back. Right? But dude, yeah, it's pretty crazy. All right, 7 away, guys. Let's go. This is it. Why is Trump Jr. there? I believe Donald Trump Jr. and Charlie Kirk had become friends. I'm pretty sure they like to do blow together. All right, don't quote me on that, but I think Charlie liked to do cocaine, and it seems like a very Charlie Kirk drug, and I think Don Jr. and him like to fucking do drugs together, right? Do drugs together and fucking. I think Don Jr. was like Charlie Kirk's buddy. That was the vibe I was getting, right? Was that they were fucking party. Mail you paper receipt. Let's go. Dude, I got it, boss. It's in the mail. In the mail, baby. 6 and 5, guys. Let's go. We got this. Dude, Elf's been quarterbacking. This is our last 5 minutes. I'm not setting another timer, boss. Let's go. We got this. We got it. The time is now, baby. Let's go. I want to fucking do an uninterrupted politicking here with the ref. It's like he's reporting on the trial. I mean, maybe, but would he be reporting for Trump? I mean, and what's he going to report? You think Donald Trump Jr. is going to sit there for 6 hours and remember any of that shit. He is like dumb as a bucket of shit, right? Dude, Trump Jr., maybe he's trying to bang Erika, right? Maybe he's sizing Erika up. He's like already sick of Epstein's banker's daughter. He's trying to size up Erika. Dude, 6 and 4. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what these guys do, right? Is he the placeholder? Maybe he is. Maybe he went there to just because they knew it would be headlines and that way they'd be talking about Trump during the, right? Maybe Trump said, fucking go do it. I want you there. And just so Trump will be talked about. Dude. Let's go. Why am I saying they used to party together? No, they did party together, boss. Kirk's hairline was a crime against humanity. Let's go, May Money. 5 away. They did party together. Okay, like the TPUSA. Ooh, it's 5 and 3. The TPUSA events were notorious for drugs and alcohol. All right, they like those TPUSA events are like drug-fueled, blackout drunk sex parties. I mean, even the Washington Examiner was writing about them, especially back in Trump's first term when TPUSA was like coming into full swing, because TPUSA was basically nothing and Charlie Kirk didn't like Trump. I think Don Jr. is there to support Israel. Maybe Sandy. Let's go. And Charlie Kirk did not really like Trump in the beginning, but once Trump rose to power and the money and the power that came along with it, TPUSA kind of got like, they got expanded by partnering up with Trump. And that's when they became like fucking crazy party animals and shit. 2 minutes, guys. 4 and 2. Let's go. Let's get it. 3 and 2. I'm no quarterback, but when I was playing club soccer, I'd be better than USMT. Dude, USMNT, let's go, baby. 3 away. 3 and 2. Come on, baby. We got this. But yeah, sure, those guys party. Lot of money and a lot of fucking downtime. Okay? That's just it. Like a lot of that TPUSA shit, there's like, they weren't really working a lot of times. They're sitting in the office, fucking hanging out, having strategy meetings over drinks. 3 and 1.5, guys. This is down to the wire, baby. This is it. Last minute. Who is all over Twitter putting out a narrative? Fucking 1 minute, guys. Dent, dent, dent. Oh, shit, dude. Dude, if we miss it this time, we don't fucking deserve a dance. Seriously. Come on, we got this. Let's go. Who's putting it all over Twitter? 2 away. Charlie Kirk carried the tutor. Dude, let's go, Jenna. Dos Moss, guys. 2 away, baby. Oh, is Don Jr.? Has he really? You're the wide receiver. Let's go, May Money. Uno Moss. Dude, I didn't know. I didn't know that Don Jr. Oh, there it is, 𝗙cie. Shrimp on the fucking Bobby. Let's fucking go, baby. Dude, let's go, Angel Ninja. Let's go. Hi. Hello. Dude, shrimp on the fucking Bobby, bringing that shit home. Dude, it is happening. Dude, the dance party happened. So I did not know that Don Jr. was watching. I did not know that Don Jr. was like all over that shit. I had no idea that I mean, I know they were friends. Okay. Right? I know that they were friends, guys. Right? I mean, they fucking, you know, that's Brylan Hollyhand. Dude, that guy's an idiot. But they like, if you look at them, right? Dude, artistry, let's go! Do we love you, boss? Okay? They used to fucking spend a lot of time together. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, they went to Greenland together and shit, and they were fucking, like, I always thought they were drug buddies. Okay? I did. I thought they were drug buddies. But they became like fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like Don Jr. used to go to all the TP action shit, right? Right? It was like he would, you know, because he was like Don Jr. was like a Trump surrogate or whatever, right? He was like I don't know. I just always thought and I'm not an expert on this because I am not like Joe fucking knowledgeable about these guys. But here's what I do know. I know that TPUSA was a massive party organization. Okay. If you go back, especially in Trump's first term, they partied all the time. They did a lot of blow. They did a lot of blackout drunks. The Student Action Summit and the Turning Point Action events and shit were always people getting blitzed because they were recruiting like young members. That's what TPUSA was. They were charged with making the Trumpism Republican shit cool amongst young people. And from the money people that were backing TPUSA, his job was to try and convert them to Christianity. So they were going on colleges to challenge the liberal woke indoctrination and trying to like win people to Christianity. But what they were really doing was it was a bunch of guys going and drinking and doing drugs with college students. They were partying like fucking rock stars. Now, I imagine like with Trump being connected to TPUSA, I could imagine Don Jr. volunteering. Like, hey, let me go talk to Charlie for you, Dad. Because then he could go and just fucking party with them for like days on end. Right? That's kind of how I always envisioned it. That I bet Don Jr. was like, let me go talk to Charlie. I'm going to go to Student Action. So I got the Charlie Kirk shit. Right? And he's like, he's just going to go to the parties, dude. That's what I think. But I don't really know, right? I don't really like, I have no verification of that. It's just he was always at those like Don Jr. used to, right? He used to go to these events, dude. Don Jr. was always at the Student Action Summits, guys. Always. Okay, look at this. If you look at these, right, which one was this, dude? This was 2025, but Don Jr. was always at the Student Action Summit, okay? All of the fucking, right? So was Benny Johnson. He was hooking up with the young dudes. But dude, Don Jr. was like always at these things, right? He was like a Student Action Summit regular, man. Right? Look at this. Here's 2018, guys. Look at in 2018, right? Tucker, fucking Charlie Kirk, Don Jr. Okay? Kim Guilfoyle was speaking there too. Candace was there, right? But Don Jr. was like always, and these were like crazy fucking parties, guys. Crazy. Okay? If you look, I always pull up this Washington Examiner article, which is a right-wing paper. Okay? You ready? This is from 2018. Let me see here. Right here. Look at this. This is a Washington Examiner article from 2018. talking about the 2017 Student Action Summit. Okay? So this was talking about this SAS the year before this. All right, let's see if we can find the speakers. And look, who was in 2017, guys? Donald Trump Jr., right? Student Action Summit 2017. And here we go. 2017 Student Action Summit. 1,200 high school and college kids listening to speeches from Ben Shapiro, Donald Trump Jr. And then by night, they're getting blackout drunk. They're comparing it to Animal House. Kids weren't just drinking in their hotel rooms. They were wandering drunk through the lobby. They were roughhousing, getting hammered by the pool, right? And vomiting in the bushes, right? And so they were already writing articles about how out of control this TPUSA shit was happening. And dude, and Don Jr. was at every one of those. So was Benny Johnson. So was Candace Owens. Like all of these people were part of it. And so I thought they were just drug, sex, party buddies, right? Because these guys were living like conservative rock stars, even though they were preaching this religion and morality and Jesus and all this. But they were living like fucking, you know, a bunch of wealthy dudes, right? Here's Donald Trump Jr. This is fucking, look at how young he is in this image. From the very beginning, dude, he was hanging out with these guys, just getting lit, right? They had a lot of money. A lot of money was going into the orgs during that day. Isn't that gnarly? It's so gross, dude. I will bet you anything that their entire friendship was based around cocaine and drinking and maybe even like strip clubs and shit like that. Dude, I'll bet you anything they were fucking party buddies. In addition to whatever role he was, you know, an intermediary passing messages from Trump, you know, because Trump like never talks to people directly. Like that is one of the things about Donald Trump. His whole life, he almost never interacts with anyone directly. If Donald Trump has a bunch of shit to relay to Charlie Kirk, he's going to tell someone who is going to go and hang out with Charlie, and they're going to transfer the information or whatever. But like Trump has always operated like a mobster, where he's like one layer insulated from shit. So yeah, I don't know, man. I could be wrong, but I think they were coke buddies, boss. Dude. Oh, that's what I think. All right. You ready? I'm going to go get some water. And then I'm going to come back, and then we've got like another hour here. I want to watch this video here, this preliminary hearing video. Then we got to look at Scott Jennings briefly. We have to look at James Woods. His shit is starting to fly up again, dude. James Woods he shut down his Twitter today because accusations of him being a pedo are resurfacing. And he's definitely a fucking pedo. All right, hold on. I'll be back, though. I'm going to leave you with this song. I'm going to go get some water. Hey, hey!
Starting to enjoy the view. I'm all about the attitude. Knows you're on blue, and every bruise looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue, and every bruise looks good on you. I wanna come again I wanna be so high in your eyes. I wanna disappear inside you and be alright tonight. You say your medicine is all that I require, and that I'm blinded by the stars in my eyes. I would never disappear when I'm open wide, if it's most of the time. I've been sinking here, 'cause I can't seem to make up my mind. You say your innocence is all that I desire,
All right.
and that I'm blinded by the stars in my eyes.
All right. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, shit, boss. Mushrooms? Dude, I know people who fucking grow mushrooms. They're actually like, Jenny is, you know, she's working in a business right now that's producing a lot of psilocybin stuff. She's like kind of partners with the owner of it. Dude, that shit is crazy. Yes. So here's what we're going to look at, guys. We are going to look at, I'm going to just give you a brief thing about the James Woods. Okay. And it goes beyond Amber Tamblyn, but there was an accusation from Amber Tamblyn about James Woods, about her and her friend being picked up by him. Now, this was years ago, and this came out around Me Too. She wrote a letter, an open letter to James Woods, and it created like a hailstorm. This was during the Me Too, as Me Too was like gaining steam. And it blew up. But now it wasn't just Amber Tamblyn, okay? Because at the same time, Willa Holland, you remember her? Willa Holland was a young actress that she was on the OC. She was in a bunch of other shit. She was, 17 when she was in Straw Dogs back in 2011, and James Woods played her father. So after the Amber Tamblyn shit came up, Willa Holland's mom said, he fucking was preying on my daughter during Straw Dogs. And then somebody who worked on the set of Straw Dogs verified it, and it became this huge thing. Now, guys, I think James Woods, if you look at his career, guys, he was actually a really talented actor. Okay, he was great in Casino. He was in a movie called The Boost, where he played a cocaine addict named Lenny. Great fucking movie. The Boost. He was really good. But what's crazy is after 2013, his career flamed out. Okay, it flamed out, and then he's not really worked much since. But ever since, the only work he's been able to get is voice work. Now, voice work is very different because you're going into a studio, you're not on set, you're not there with like a full cast. He is mostly doing voiceover roles now, which I thought that there's a strong possibility that he had developed a reputation of being a creep, and that eventually he just sort of maybe stopped getting work. And then years later, it came out. Because let me tell you, when you have somebody like Willa Holland's mom saying, this guy was like, harassing my daughter on set, that when a mother of a child actress comes out and says it, that means they were doing it to a lot of people. And it's not like this shit didn't go on like almost out in the open. It's just you had to put up with it. because prior to the Me Too movement and shit, not a lot got done about it. Okay, frankly, and I experienced this too, even in the 90s. I've told stories about how when I was a waiter, the managers would sexually harass the waitresses right out on the floor. Okay, we had times where waitresses at Jerry's Deli were out like punching in an order, and the manager would go like press his body against her right in front of all the customers, and everybody just sort of like pretended they didn't see it. That shit was like so out in the open. It was gross, dude. But we will look at some of that in a little bit, because what happened today with James Woods is today somebody reposted about that, or yesterday they brought up the Amber Tamblyn open letter, and it started a fury around James Wood. It started a fury around James Woods, and so he like put his Twitter profile on private, and he's probably talking to a crisis PR person right now, you know, trying to figure out what. I mean, I think he's got a history of this shit. I mean, many guys did, okay? Many guys liked, you know, engaged in that sort of behavior, you know, especially in the 70s and 80s. It was bad. I mean, it was bad. You hear shit about like Jack Nicholson, and they used to have a house in Hollywood that like Jack Nicholson lived at, and other people used to go stay with him, and like Roman Polanski and all these creepy, like Roman Polanski was fucking around with underage girls too, and all these creepy dudes would like pick women up in Hollywood and bring them to Jack Nicholson's jacuzzi. I mean, this shit was grimy, dude. It was grimy because like every girl in LA would do anything for a chance at being a Hollywood star. And so these guys used to just milk that shit like bad, because there were no repercussions at all, you know? And if something happened, nobody was going to believe a 16-year-old girl over Jack Nicholson, right? You know what I'm saying? Jack Nicholson would say, oh, I invited her to the house and she did some drugs and shit and started being all weird, so we had to throw her out. And the cops would be like, go home, right? You know, nobody was ever going to fucking, you know, nobody was ever going to believe the girls, like, ever. It was like really dirty. And I mean, to this day, look what happens. You have a grown woman talking about Graham Platner, and there's people like Ryan Grimm being like, she said glute massage. Oh, shit. Oh. Dude, nobody still believes him, bro. Dude, Platner tudes. All right, you ready? Let's see. Should we watch this video? Should we jump into? This is like, yeah, let's watch this. I mean, it's 15 minutes though. I'm gonna bookmark that. I don't know that I want to invest a whole 15 minutes right now. Let's jump right to some of this Candace shit. All right, shall we? Let's look at some of the Candace shit. Dude, yeah, Ryan Grimm is problematic, guys. This is a boring part of the trial. Yeah, I know, but I still want to cover some of the information because these guys have been fighting all day. Okay? These guys have been fighting all day. All right? And they're crazy too, because it's MAGA people like this Kristen Hawkins. This idiot is like this crazy, like anti-abortion person, but she's like, Tyler murdered Charlie. Candace is gunning for Erika. Evil. They're calling each other evil. Evil, right? which is wild because these guys are normally calling us evil, right? Like Kristen Hawkins, if you believe in a woman's right to abortion, she'll call you evil. Democrats are evil. Anyone who supports the LGBTQ is evil to this freak. Look at her, dude. She is like a pasty ass bunker babe. Jesus. She is so creepy. Okay, she is. She's so creepy. But now, like, they're calling each other evil, which is pretty entertaining to see, like, Christians calling other devout Christians evil. Dude, it's like their most overused word, right? Evil. Evil and children's genitalia. You've never heard of her? Yeah. I mean, the only reason you would hear about this woman is if you follow some of these fucking like pro-life college sort of shit. Like I'm really, I try to keep tabs on all the organizations and people that are trying to warp college kids' minds. And that's where I found out about Kristen Hawkins. Okay. It's like, you know, she works for a students group that tries to bully young women into believing they shouldn't have abortion rights. And let me tell you too, you know how there's ministers right now talking about like repealing the 19th and wanting to have a family vote where women don't vote. I'm telling you right now, when they try to indoctrinate young women in that way in schools, you're going to see abortion is going to be the way they do it, guys. They are going to use abortion and the idea that abortion is a sin and ungodly, and anybody who believes in abortion is demonic and going to hell. And they're going to use that as their inroad to then convince, like, your husband really cares about you girls, so you need to get married and let him vote because he's going to protect you because you bit the apple, right? Like God gave you the Garden of Eden, but you tasted the apple with the serpent, so you can't be trusted. That's like their inroad. I'm telling you, I know how these fucking people work. I've spent a lot of time inside like shame-based churches, guys. They're not very like unpredictable in the way that they try to manipulate young women to turn them into birthing vessels who you know submit to their husbands. It's fucking toxic, dude. It is. But yeah, so you'd never hear of this woman normally. But look at this shit, dude. Let's look at some of the Candace stuff. Okay? But so Andrew Kolvet posted something on TikTok, guys. Okay? Right? Now this I think is very interesting. All right? Because remember, Andrew Kolvet was one of Charlie's business partners, and he was primarily in charge of like turning point action. Okay? So let's go to his Twitter. Okay. So he was in charge of Turning Point Action, right? Him and Tyler Boyer, okay? Tyler Boyer is the main Turning Point Action guy, okay? He is the main guy for Turning Point Action, okay? Now, Turning Point has like different, they have TPUSA, then they have TPUSA Faith, which is like the church thing. Then they have Turning Point Action, which is like the political arm. Okay, these guys, like they said, they register voters, they do ballot chasing, they invest money and go canvass for political candidates and shit. So there's a bunch of like umbrella organizations under Turning Point. Okay, and Turning Point Action was run by Tyler Boyer. And Andrew Kolvet used to be connected to that too. But what ended up happening was after Charlie Kirk got offed, Andrew Kolvet became like the new Charlie Kirk in a way. Okay. Andrew Kolvet is now sitting next to the empty chair with Blake Neff. He is the primary spokesperson for TPUSA. When there was that debate a while back with Adam Mockler, Andrew Kolvet was on stage. He sort of represents the voice of TPUSA. But he's also in his 40s and he has no charisma, so he's never going to be like a Charlie Kirk, okay? He can't go out there and interface with young people and win anybody over. He's more like he inherited the big money and the big voice of now he's like the primary spokesperson, the face of TPUSA in sort of a business sense, okay? Now, what ends up happening here is he has spent all of his time not questioning anything with the shooting, okay? And in fact, if you look at him, he is the one, let me see here. Andrew Kolvet was the one who advanced the lack of an exit wound with Charlie Kirk. Andrew Kolvet is the one who lied and said he spoke to the surgeon who worked on Charlie and that Charlie's body stopped the 𝗙𝗪𝗏 bullet and that it was an absolute miracle, right? Andrew Kolvet wove this yarn, which is complete and utter lies from top to bottom, because the surgeon who worked on Charlie would never be speaking to Charlie's business partner, the producer of his fucking podcast. Not in a million years would the surgeon be having a conversation with him, especially not talking about a magic bullet, okay? So that sets the stage for Andrew Kolvet, who up to this point was like a magic, like Charlie's neck stopped this 𝗙𝗪𝗏 bullet, right? And now, though, I
feel like I've been dealing with...
He's changing his tune a little bit. All right, watch this.
I feel like I've been dealing with so many crazy accusations, either leveled at Erika or myself or the organization or whatever, anything except for Tyler Robinson in this process, that I haven't gotten a chance to articulate clearly what questions I still have outstanding that I want answers to. So here we go. Who knew what when? That's right. There is a lot of indication online that other people knew something was going to happen that day on September 10th. They posted on social media about it in really, really creepy ways. And none of those people have been held accountable. And I want to know why and what did they know and when. Another question I want to know the answer to is, was Lance Twiggs more involved than we currently know, right? We know that he's been given limited immunity for his testimony. It's going to be video testimony in the preliminary hearing. But how much did he know? And how much did he radicalize Tyler Robinson? It seems, and I encourage...
See, again, the radical trans activism part, that, remember what they did with Oklahoma? Getting that transgender graduate student fired with full necky who didn't even do the assignment. They made this big thing. Their radical transgenderism is like the primary thing that they're fighting, and the reason they're trying to stick their organization Club America now into middle schools and high schools. So it's all like part of their creating, if there's a radical transgender thing causing violence and harm, you need to put us in your schools. We're going to bring patriotism and good morals in there. I mean, the whole thing is like a giant PR strategy of indoctrination. It's so gross.
Everybody go check it out. There's a Turkey Tom YouTube video where one of their friends that would hang out with them in their apartment seems to indicate that it was a really manic, disassociative, sort of morally corrupt, bankrupt environment that Tyler Robinson was living in, and Lance Twiggs seems to be the source for a lot of that. So did Tyler Robinson just do this crazy thing all on his own, or did Lance Twiggs put him up to it? Was he a co-conspirator?
Oh, look at that. Did you see what he said from a YouTube video on Turkey Tom's YouTube? Right? We can roll on over to Turkey Tom's YouTube for the secret of the transgender radicalization going on at Tyler Robinson's house where Lance Twiggs was brainwashing the murderer. Dude, look at this fucking guy. Hold on. It gets weirder, though. It gets weirder. Just watch.
I want to know that, because if it comes out that he was a co-conspirator, I would love to see him held accountable for that and not be granted any immunity whatsoever. Another question I have is, where did Tyler Robinson go immediately after taking the shot, running off the rooftop, and tossing the gun into the forest? Where did he go? We know that the state has evidence that he was back on campus that night into the wee hours of September 11th, but where did he go immediately after? That's a big question. One of the questions that is really tough for me is, why were those darn rooftops so accessible? First of all, why set up a building where you can just like go over a railing and get on a rooftop? That's one question. Why were there not cops planted out there? That's another question.
Dude, why were the buildings set up? Like, dude, well, I don't know. 20 years ago when they built the college, why did they build... Dude, what an idiot, bro. This guy. Dude, why'd they build the buildings? Why did they have rooftops? Why weren't they all domes? Why did this school not have dome buildings? Geodomes.
And why were there not people spotting those rooftops? Now, you might say, well, gee, Andrew, Turning Point had its own security. Well, guess what? The way you work with campuses is you only get to have immediate vicinity jurisdiction around the person that you're protecting. So I don't know what the exact distance was, but it's essentially like, let's say 30 feet around Charlie's perimeter was what our personal private security was able to take care of. So we were relying on campus PD to monitor the ingress, egress to the area and the rooftops. I want to know, why were they so accessible? And I know that I take a bunch of crap for this, but I want to know more about the rounds, the ammunition, the 30-06 rounds. I know that the comments are going to be filled with, it was not a 30-06, blah, blah, blah. Well, the ATF report confirms that the medical examiner confirms that it was. So I know that won't be enough for anybody, or at least a lot of people, but bear with me. Let's assume it was a 30-06. That is a powerful round. How old were the rounds? Were they hollow tip? Were they full metal jacket? I want to know everything. The point is that they broke into a bunch of different pieces inside Charlie, and that's partly the explanation, but I would love to know more information about that myself. And finally, was there a larger network? We hear about, armed queers of SLC. They took down a bunch of their social media immediately after. I want to know, was there money? Was there outside sources?
Dude, armed queers of SLC. You see what is going on here? With like the greater narrative of like LGBTQ danger. I mean, this is the shit they do after every shooting when they lie about the shooter being trans. Every time there's a shooting, but it gets weirder. Hold
Were there
tight.
more people that were involved in planning this? Still have a lot of questions. Thankfully, we're getting a lot of answers too in the preliminary hearing, and I hope more come out.
All right, so here's what's weird about this, guys. You ready? So what's strange about this, guys, is that he posted this on TikTok. Okay? He posted this on TikTok. Now, why is it weird that he posted it on TikTok? Because TikTok is not like his main platform. Okay? His main platform is Twitter. He uses Twitter for all of his correspondence, all of his major announcements, all of his interactions with people. He also uses Instagram to a great deal. But what he doesn't use is he doesn't use TikTok. Hardly at all. Okay? Hardly at all. However, Larry Ellison did just buy TikTok. And TikTok now is like a right-wing Donald Trumpian ecosphere. It's like an echo chamber where all that shit just gets spread. So it seems like, yes, like he is trying to portray a different version of himself and to sort of generate a narrative of the transgender shooter with maybe this larger, LGBTQ groups conspiring in this youth environment where it's going to get maybe a far reach because it is now owned by everybody that's basically funding his organization. And so that's really fucking strange. And then they're going through and they're looking at the comments. Look at the comments where everyone's like, dude, turn the mic off. Now you're asking questions? Look at them. They're all like, why are you asking questions? Dude, you know, you have questions now. Everyone is like shitting on him, right? Look at somebody said about like, why was the soil removed and pavers installed? I mean, it's kind of backfiring. Everyone on fucking TikTok is like laying into this guy and just fucking absolutely look at all these comments, dude. They are like pissing on him, dude. Dude, pissing. Right? Dude, it is literally just a minute and a half of everybody, right, just saying how they're betrayed. Like, you know, hardly anyone, dude, repent while you have grace. You rigged the mic. Dude, the inauthenticity. I mean, they're going after him, right? It is pretty funny. But guys, so this is what started the shitstorm, okay? Because 10 months later, he's doing his little I have questions thing. He's trying to create this queer trans narrative, right? And then Candace says, after months of promoting influencers who effectively dismissed everyone who brought up the obvious holes in the narratives, Andrew Kolvet is trying to rebrand himself as rational and open to alternate perspectives. Sorry, but the world has you and Blake pegged, right? There's no going back. Despite the full force of the corrupt federal government, celebrity influencers, unlimited funds, and mainstream news networks, you guys lost the PR war. Okay? And then, though, Andrew Kolvet can't not get involved. Okay? That's the thing about these guys. If you badger them online, they will eventually reply to you. He will. Him and Tyler Boyer, they will. They have the worst media training, dude. She is shady, dude. She is. And then look at this. He says the big problem is this thing is not about you, Candace. It's about Charlie. It's about Erika. It's about his kids and his legacy, right? I love how they talk about Charlie's legacy while they like tweet from his fucking account. Right? They tweet from his account. They record a podcast sitting next to his empty chair, literally treating Charlie Kirk like a fucking cash register, right? But they're like, oh, we're here to protect his legacy. And time and again, you've hijacked Charlie's story by smearing and slandering his wife, his organ, his friends. Now you're even crashing out with the I'm not suicidal nonsense. It's not about you, Candace. And yes, I have questions. I've always had them. I voiced them publicly before, but unlike you, I choose not to recklessly smear innocent people. You, by contrast, target innocent people, ruin their lives for sport. Dude, I love these guys. They're so funny, dude. Oh, shit. Right? A child, he's talking about Charlie Kirk's legacy, right? Is who he's talking about. You manufacture content for your show. You've attempted to appropriate everyone else's grief and honest searching, replace it with Egyptian planes and exploding mics. You're a record-breaking narcissist, but your credibility is collapsing at breakneck speed. Okay? And then she's like, no, that would be you. The debilitating narcissism it took you to believe that you could hijack Charlie's legacy. And that's, I mean, dude, it's accurate, right? It is. It's accurate. That's what they really did. They hijacked it. Videodrome, favorite film, but Woods being scum in RL ruined it. Still watch a member put my old cat down. 𝗙cie_𝗍𝗍, tired of Erika coverage. Dude, named a wretch. Let's go, boss. Dude, I feel ya. Tired of Erika coverage. I get it. Dude, Videodrome, that's a fucking classic. But what is she saying? You're hijacking his legacy, his show, his organization, perverting the vision. You lied about what he believed in, who his friends were, and what and who he feared in the last day of his life. You shamelessly sold replicas of the t-shirt that he bled out in with the profits directed to the LLC that you own a stake in. Yikes. Dude, not for Charlie, but for you, Judas. You displayed the 10 he died under and partnered with the very people he hated, all for money. You presented a grieving widow as an excuse, but forgot to instruct her to actually grieve. You hoped the people wouldn't notice. You all thought you could pull it off. You had 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀, the DOJ, the president, the White House admin, journalists, and the Vegas mafia on speed. Dude, this is crazy. Because, guys, she called him Judas. Dude, she is literally fucking, like, basically, she is saying right out in the open, you guys killed him. Dude, isn't that funny? She is like openly saying, you guys killed him. And this is playing out during the preliminary hearing of fucking the guy who supposedly killed him's trial. Dude, like, let me just tell you. Can I just tell you guys? Hear me out on this. If this shit, if they have a trial, okay, say they go to trial with Tyler and they pick a jury and then this kind of shit gets leaked to that jury or that jury's not sequestered or whatever, there's going to be like, people are going to be trying to get mistrials like left, right, and fucking center on this case. I mean, this case is just so, I don't know how he can be tried without some type of mistrial. It is bad. It is right up there with OJ. And it's even worse, though, than OJ because of social media and because so many of the people that are engaging in this are like young people. So they're really irresponsible with the way they spread information. And there's filled with lies. And like, yeah, the jury, they're going to have to sequester them. But then if they get wind of this shit, if somebody leaks this to the jury, like it's going to blow the whole jury. Like this whole thing is going to be just a fucking, just what a nightmare. Like I would not want to try this case for $1 million, bro. Dude, the prosecuting attorneys are like, they have to be hating their job, boss. Because they're going to take the blame if he gets off, and they're going to have very little to be able to prevent it, you know? You naturally thought you guys were too big to fail, but you forgot what made Charlie great and how he won. Charlie never thought he was above the people or his employees. He always debated and never relied on his Rolodex. You coronated Erika like it was her birthright and sneered at people for asking common sense questions. Right? In the process, you crashed and burned the organization, blah, blah, blah. The world knows he was betrayed. Okay? The spirit of what Charlie built lives on with the people who are fighting for real justice. Dude, and they have been going, guys, for like days, bro. It is crazy. Oh my God. It is like so fractured. Right? And look at this, guys. You have Andrew Kolvet tweeting evidence from a preliminary hearing on his Twitter account. Bro, dude, what a disaster, right? And right, what a disaster this is. You know, he's tweeting evidence, dude. Dude, what the fuck are they doing, bro? Oh my God, that's classic. Right? Nothing like tweeting the evidence around. Yeah, that's gonna go well. Right? Bro, this is so crazy. This is so crazy. Right? Dude, I mean, you know, yeah, they got the measuring tape. It looks like they're doing a scale reference, right? They're saying him, and then they're looking at this fucking dot, it looks like, and then they went and measured up to one of those dots, although with this picture, it's hard to know which dot they're measuring to, but they're trying to, like, they're trying to use, like, just go out to the location and measure this stuff to prove, like, where this dot is. Okay, that, like, right here is this fucking corner. Like, look at this. This is interesting, right? Where they're saying that this person is 6 feet plus, okay, because of the location of this piece, right? There's the pipe, and there is essentially the guy who walked by was 6 feet plus, and here's a guy who's 5'11", right? And so this guy is supposed to be, is not matching, right? The guy who's 6 feet plus is the same relative height as somebody who's 5'11". Dude, what are the physics? They are, you know, meandering, boss. Yeah. It's 4 holes below both of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Yeah. But that's the whole point, though, right? That's the whole point. There's 4 poles below. What they're saying, what they're saying, guys, Worthy, is they're saying that these two guys are the same height. But the problem is the guy who's getting tried here is like 6 foot fucking 2 or whatever, 6'3", and this guy is 5'11". And so they're like, how can a guy who's 6'3" and 5'11", how can the brim of their hats be marking the same line on the wall? Okay? In other words, this guy right here is about 5'11", but, right? Oh, wait. Oh, no, they're trying to break it. 1, 2. No, they're trying to say this guy is over 6 feet. No, this guy should be the same. Wait, now I'm confused, dude. Oh, yeah. No, that's it. Yeah, no, that's it. No, now I see what's saying is like Tyler is this guy's size. Wait, now I'm confused. I don't even know what I'm seeing now. Dude. Because this guy is not over 6 feet tall. I mean, it looks like he's like the same height, right? Doesn't it? Dude, it is too, like, do you guys get, the evidence is bad. Do you guys get the feeling, though, that, like, does the phrase too many cooks in the kitchen register with you guys? That's what I feel like, okay? What I feel like we have like 1,000 people that are doing detective work. Like, how many videos did we have from, like, the gun guys? Remember all the videos with the angle? Oh my God. Like, after Charlie died, I feel like I watched 50 videos of guys that all had different theories. No, let me tell you, I'm a gun expert. And that bullet had to come from over there. Dude. And you're right. Nobody believes the government. Like, nobody believes the government. So nobody believes 𝗙cie𝗶𝗃𝗍. See, the thing that's hard about this image is it's hard to tell, right, where the line is, because they're trying to say that this guy is like 6 feet, but it's a different angle. Okay, the camera is closer to this guy. So this looks like, I don't know why they have this line marked, right? You know what I'm saying? I don't know why they have this line marked. It's not, I feel like you have to have the same camera perspective. Otherwise, this thing doesn't really make sense. They're trying to mark distance, but everybody knows with the camera that if you're closer to something, you know what I mean? Like, if I have two objects in my thing and one guy's 5 foot tall and one guy's 6 foot tall, all I have to do is bring the 5 foot guy closer to me and use a long lens, and it's going to look like they're the same height standing right next to each other. Okay? I mean, lens work is like, this is my fucking specialty here. So what you have here is you have somebody using a different lens with a shorter, stockier guy from a different distance, and it's making it look like this guy's taller, but this guy is skinny and a wider angle lens, and it's further away, and the whole thing is just an optical illusion, okay? When the reality is I think this guy is really about the same height as this guy, but everybody here is like some pocket fucking investigator. Dude, it's nonsensical. I will say this, though. You ready? The last thing I'm going to say that these two definitely fucked. Okay? Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens definitely did cocaine and fucked many times. And I think as soon as Erika came in, I think Candace was a real problem for having, like, she did not want Candace Owens anywhere near Charlie's fucking woo-woo, okay? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? There's no doubt. Yeah, dude, she's wearing the skin tights. Don't deserve to have to visualize them? Come on, bro. There's nothing wrong with visualizing fucking, right? Nothing wrong with visualizing a little Candace Owens 2018 sex. Shh. No, did I? Yo, shut up. Dude, yo. Yo, political punk here. God, you gotta forgive me for that one, boss. I'm a sinner. I got a dirty mind. All right? It's a real problem. All right? Yeah, no. Now I'm not really sorry about that, actually. I'm pretty proud of that. Hey, you fucking made me. I don't want to hear any crying, all right? You little bitch. You made me. Don't fucking cry about it now. You created this shit. All right? I am your problem, all right? All right. Fuck you. Bye-bye. Okay. Dude, hey, I don't want to hear any complaints from the king of the universe, all right? He made me. He can fucking complain about his own creation on his own time. All right? Don't bitch. Okay? If you're an omniscient creator, don't bitch when you fucking have to deal with me. Okay? Let's go. Dude. Oh, shit. All right. Dude, you ready? Off. Dude, sorry. One more. We got to do one more. Okay? So this is wild. Okay? Because again, like I said, guys, you ready? Like I said, we have this Tyler Robinson, but we never see his face. And I'm not saying that there's a grand conspiracy, because I don't know and I don't care. But one thing I have said, and I will say again, is I personally think it's really weird that this 21-year-old kid, 20-year-old kid is carrying out this like master plan, okay? Like, how did he know there wouldn't be armed guards up on that roof, right? How did he know? How, right? Nerves of steel with clockwork accuracy. He walks through this school with a rifle in his leg with a fake limp. You never see his face. He walks by a dozen fucking cameras and you never really get a clear shot of his face. He turns his head down at just the right time. He knows how to walk into an interview room and he fucking looks at the wall and never looks at the camera. Like, yeah, this kid is like Jason fucking Bourne. This kid is James fucking Bond, right? And that's weird, guys. That is weird. You know why? Because, you ready? Remember when he went to the fast food place? He wasn't James Bond at the fast food place, you know? So that's pretty weird. At the fast food place, he's like, I'm going to go right out and stand right in front of the camera. Huh. Right? Look at him. He literally knows where the camera is, and he goes out and puts his shit right dead center, right in front of that fucking camera, right? When he goes to get fast food and mark his fucking place. But when he walks into the interrogation room, he's like, right? I mean, dude, that's just kind of like, what a coincidence, right? You know, it's some weird shit. That kind of shit is just a little weird. It doesn't feel like, it sometimes feels like some of that was not accidental. You know, that like, right? Like, for example, if this wasn't Tyler Robinson, and if this was somebody coming in to get footage of him for this thing, then that person would absolutely know to cover their fucking face, right? You know? Whereas I feel like Tyler Robinson would walk into this room and the first thing he would do is he would look at the whole room and be like, what room am I going into? Right? But no, his first thing is to walk into a room, avoid the camera, and turn his back to the door, right? But like, why doesn't he walk in and see where am I going? If I'm in a police station, I'm about to get tried for murder, and they put me in a room, I'm gonna look at I'm gonna make sure there's no, like, fucking, somebody's not gonna pop out and fucking strangle me and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm probably going to be agitated. I'm probably going to be fucking like, like paranoid. I'll probably notice the camera and even like be like, what the fuck, dude? I don't know. It's weird. But anyway, so Candace commented about this. Okay. And she said, right? Look at this. She's like fucking offering to help the defense, okay? Saying that, like, I don't know that this is him. I don't know who this guy is, right? For such an open and shut case, they've thus far provided zero evidence of anything outside the criminal government conspiracy, right? And then, dude, but then Blake Neff gets in this, boss. And, like, again, why does Blake Neff, who is another guy who's like riding the Charlie Kirk coattails, he's another guy who's like the producer on the show. Why does Blake Neff have to respond? Like, why are Andrew Kolvet and Blake Neff responding to everything Candace is saying? That to me, guys, is like so weird. Okay? It is like so weird that everything she does, right? He says, current situation, Candace is arguing the footage of Tyler Robinson turning himself in is a body double, and the Washington County Sheriff's Office, as well as Orem Police and Utah County prosecutors, are colluding with Zionist influencers to hide the truth. Now, it's possible that all of this is going to be moot. Okay, that all of this is going to be moot, that we're going to see a continuous, like that they have a contiguous video of him coming in and turning around and sitting down, and the investigators come in and we see that, like, you know, this is in fact Tyler Robinson. Like, this could all be just people presupposing that this is the only footage they have, and it may all be bullshit. Okay, but I don't mind generating some conspiracy energy while they call each other demons. But the fact that Blake Neff is like responding to everything Candace does, sort of like repeating, like he's basically like paraphrasing her accusations, right? Like, I just think this is such a bad idea. Because think about this. Let's just say you're Blake Neff, and let's just say you didn't, it's not a conspiracy, okay? If you're Blake Neff and this is not a conspiracy, you guys interacting with every conspiracy person out there and basically paraphrasing the conspiracies and putting them into your own words, so now people could read your writing and be like, oh, it kind of sounds like a conspiracy. Dude, that's like, well, you don't want to do that. You want to just ignore all those people making up that shit, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people all the time now. You know what happens with me, guys? I comment on Trump or some shit, and people get in there and they start disseminating my pictures, and they start saying I'm a pedophile and check his hard drive and all this shit. And they start making up this weird shit. But like, dude, if I got in there and argued with every single one of those guys, eventually it would sound like I was covering some shit up, right? It's like when people are spreading bullshit, you don't have to argue with the bullshit. And the more you argue with the bullshit, the more it kind of makes it seem like maybe it's not bullshit. Right? It's just weird. They're out here paraphrasing fucking, right? Dude, and it's like backfiring. Oh, dude. Fuck, bro, what is this? What is this shit?
All right, your body cam footage that I reviewed appears to end while you're still on the roof. Do you know why that is?
I think the battery went dead. It was just right at that moment.
Okay. And do you know, did you ever turn it back on that day or go get it, I don't know, what do you have to do, charge it or stick a new battery in it? I don't even know. All right.
Dude, his body, the cop's body camera went dead the minute he gets on the roof. Dude. Okay. That's not weird. He's like, oh yeah, I think it went dead. Went dead right in that moment. Right? Dude, right when you pulled your gun, the body camera went off. And then 2 hours later, it came back on again. Oh, dude, isn't that funny? Dude, that's wild, bro. Oh, shit. Yeah, dude, that's so crazy. Oh, dude, they're eating it up. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, shit. I totally recognize this guy. That's definitely Tyler, right? Dude, that's amazing. It's amazing. Oh, shit. Definitely. I mean, now it's so clear, right? It's so clear, dude. Dude, that's it right there, dude. He's a man with a very narrow head, dude. That's how he was able to pull it off. He was able to slide his head underneath the door. Charlie. Oh, shit, bro. All right. Dude. Oh, fuck, dude. It's so funny, though. Look at this. Look at this, though. Like, look at what she does, though. She immediately pulls a picture of UVM of a guy in a maroon shirt with a black cap and a backpack. Dude, that's so brutal. Like, is this Tyler Robinson? I mean, it's not an uncommon look, okay? To have a maroon shirt. And I mean, dude, there's like 3 maroon shirts literally here, 2 of them wearing baseball caps and with backpacks in literally 10 feet, dude. Not a good look, right? Like, oh, fuck, dude. That's funny. That is hilarious, bro. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, those batteries, I think I would like to hear more. I'm going to try to find a longer clip about the battery. I think that's worth investigation. I would like to see the rest of the officers talk about that battery. But right now we're going to move on. I want to talk a little bit about James Woods, guys. Okay? Let's look at James Woods here because he was under fire today, all right, for being a creepy MAGA fucking pedo. All right, again. And it was about the Amber Tamblyn shit. Okay, great photo there. This resurfaced. Okay, now I did post about him as well. Okay, and this resurfaced because of the Amber Tamblyn letter. All right, now, so this letter came out in Teen Vogue back in, was it 2017? It was 2017, okay? It was in Teen Vogue, right? She pens an open letter to James Woods in Teen Vogue back in 2017, okay? That's when it was, September of 2017. And Amber Tamblyn is just a small-time actress, okay? She's not like super famous, but you probably will recognize some of her credits, right? She's not like mega famous, but I mean, dude, she was in, you know, various small, like not super big, The Grudge 2, right? Blackout, Sisterhood of Traveling Pants. Like she was in 127 Hours. That was more like a big one of hers. Django Unchained. She had like small parts. Was she in The Ring? Oh yeah, she was in The Ring, the remake of The Ring, right? But she was in a lot of smaller movies, but she's like known. She also was on, you know, General Hospital, and you know, I mean, she's had a lot of TV shows, but she's not like major famous actress, but she is, I guess she's published some books, right? Random House, HarperCollins, Simon & Schuster. She's got a couple of like poetry books and shit, but she, she's fairly well known, okay? Fairly well known, though not like a mega star, okay? Definitely a working actress, right? Did she have her own TV show? Yeah, I didn't know she had her own TV show. But this is important right here, guys, okay? Is that she was one of the quartermains in General Hospital. So she was like a teen actress that was like super famous in the 90s, okay? Because the Quartermain family was like one of the main families in General Hospital. So she got well known in like the soap opera circuit. And then she went and did a lot of horror films and a lot of like those sort of like sex comedy films and what have you, right? And then eventually into bigger and bigger roles. But she was never, I don't think she was ever like the leading lady, okay? Right? You know what I'm saying? She was never like the leading, she didn't get those like Jennifer Aniston, Scarlett Johansson sort of roles. she was more like a character actor, and I think and for the most part, right? But she was like well known, okay? She was well known. And you know who she reminds me a little bit of? You know, I'll tell you who she reminds me a little bit of is fucking from fucking what's her name, dude, from American Pie. From American Pie. What's her name, dude? Natasha Lyonne. That's who she reminds me of. She reminds me of Natasha Lyonne a little bit. Like that sort of actress where she's not really normally the main one, but she's always this really cool sidekick or like a secondary actor that also is a really good actor that kind of like fucking, you know, I mean, I think Natasha Lyonne is a little bit like wilder and made a little bit more of a name for herself in her personal life. Okay. Because like, let me just tell you guys, as somebody who grew up in Hollywood and I was in the film industry for a while, like being an actor is really like a twofold business, because on the one hand, you have your star power of like your acting itself, okay, which can be heavily related to your looks, or if you get pigeonholed in one type of role, you're a comedian, you can't get into drama or whatever. But so you have the shit that is like your acting, but then the other side is like how you handle your non-actor life. Okay. And so sometimes people will be like pretty good actors, but they're really great at stirring up the headlines offset. And then they can build a really big name for themselves and get really big fucking roles because their star power is more about who they are off screen than they are on screen. And then some people are really good on screen, but they don't make a big splash off screen. And so you kind of hear about them less. And I think Amber Tamblyn was one of those, because when she was off screen, she's writing books of poetry and she wasn't out clubbing and she wasn't like friends with like the really big stars that were like the hot stars of the moment and shit like that. But anyway, she, like everyone in Hollywood fucking knows who Amber Tamblyn is. Okay. You know what I'm saying? They do. Everybody knows who this person is, and especially because of her fucking, you know, her years on a soap opera. All right, but you ready? So in 2017, Amber Tamblyn wrote an open letter to James Woods, and she put it in Teen Vogue in a magazine, guys. Dear Miss Woods, dear Mr. Woods, what you are experiencing is called a teachable moment. It is called a gift. It is called a humbling. It is called Jesus, I come to thee. It is an awakening. It is called a growth edge. It is called hope. The hope being that through this experience, you can change. You can redefine the man who will come after this moment and the man who came before. Since you've now called me a liar, I will now call you a silencer. I see your gaslight and will now raise you a scorched earth. My friend Billy and I were at the Roxy on Sunset Boulevard seeing a band we loved. We decided to go to Mel's Diner on Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood to get burgers after. I had just gotten my driver's license and very specifically remember my nervousness trying to park in the diner parking lot. Upon leaving the restaurant, we were stopped by you and your friend, who both seemed very nice. At one point, you suggested we should all go to Las Vegas together. It's such a great place. Have you ever been? You tried to make it sound innocent. This is something predatory men like to do, I've noticed. Make it sound innocent. Just a dollop of insinuation. Just a hair of persuasion. Just a pinch of suggestion. It will be so much fun, I promise you. Nothing has to happen. We will just have a good time together. I told you my age, kindly and with no judgment or aggression. I told you my age because I thought you would be immediately horrified and take back your offer. You laughed and said, even better. We'll have so much fun. I promise. Here's the thing, Mr. Woods. At that time, I was not a public persona. I had done a couple years on a soap opera as an actress, but you wouldn't know me from Adam. I'm sure you've racked your brain trying to remember how you could have possibly hit on the actress Amber Tamblyn at a diner almost 2 decades ago. You think it's not possible. There's no way I would have been so stupid as to hit on a 16-year-old actress. But I wasn't known then, James. I was just a girl. And I'm going to wager that there have been many girls who were just girls or women who were just women who you've done this to because you can get away with it. The saddest part of this story doesn't even concern me, but concerns the universal woman's story. The nation's harmful narrative of disbelieving women first, above all else. Asking them to first corroborate, or first give proof, or first make sure we're not misremembering, or first consider the consequences of speaking out, or first let men give their side, or first just let your sanity come last. So it is with hope, Mr. Woods, that I ask you to go inward now and ask yourself the hard stuff, the ominous, unconscious stuff, the archetypal masculinity stuff, the power play stuff, the perversion persuasion stuff, the secretive stuff, the id's most cherished stuff. Only you and your darkness know who you are. Only you and your actions know what you've done. That means you and only you have the power to change your behavior. And you and your history with women and girls are a part of the problem, Mr. Woods. Go now and look in the mirror and ask yourself, is this true? Go ask yourself if this is true. Go on, I'll wait, but I won't hold my breath. Okay? Now, here's what's crazy about this, guys, is James Woods was facing several women alleging misconduct. Okay, let's go back and just look at this. So it first started, okay, so there were, let's see what happened. So Elizabeth Perkins called him out, okay, during a march, okay, holding a sign that said James Woods, me too, even though she didn't say anything, okay? Then Amber Tamblyn alleged it, and then Woods said she was a liar, and so then she responded with that open letter in Teen Vogue. But then, though, okay, so you had Elizabeth Perkins calling it out, you had Amber Tamblyn calling it out, but then you also had Willa Holland, okay, where her mom called it out, okay? Willa Holland's mom, right, her mother, Darnell Gregorio de Palma, she accused James Woods of harassing her daughter, okay? And this came out at the same time. So within a span of a couple months, multiple women came forward and said that it had happened. And she alleged it on Straw Dogs when he was playing Willa Holland's father. And then there was a film extra named Jill Benson who came forward and declared this too. Okay, so now this, guys, this was going on in 2017. And there was this huge fucking shitstorm. Okay, right? So he denied the accusation from Amber Tamblyn, and then she published screenshots, I guess, of her friend. Ooh, I didn't even know about that. So Tamblyn published text messages from the time when it happened, from like years before. See, that's always damning when you have the text messages, right? So Amber Tamblyn comes out and says it. James Woods denies it. Then she pulls out receipts from her and her friend from years before, texting about it. So obviously you're like, oh, fuck, dude, that's That's problematic, right? Then she pens the open letter. Then Elizabeth Perkins carries a sign that says James Woods, me too. Okay. Then the Willa Holland's mother, okay, comes forward and tells the story, and that was backed up. Okay. Jill Benson came out and said she had seen it as well, and she was on set. So now there was this whole huge thing, guys. And now he is like, he instantly became like a MAGA favorite, right? Because what ingratiates you better with MAGA than like a rape accusation? I'm serious. I would not be surprised if Graham Platner reinvents himself as like a MAGA dude a couple years down the line, okay? I would not be surprised at all. But anyway, guys, so this popped up today, okay? And I think this popped up today because of the Graham Platner shit, okay? Right? Because I think this account, this Maggots Exposed account, I think because of the Graham Platner shit, they were like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and dredge this up. Like, let's remind the world about James while we're talking about rapists and predators. Right? Let's talk about James Woods. All right? Let's talk about this guy. But guys, you ready? So what did he do? Dude, he immediately went dark. He like immediately went dark, guys. And he still is. Now, he blocked me a while ago, okay? He blocked me, I don't know, like a year ago, sometime after the fire. But let's see if we can find him. Dude, he immediately went dark. He like pulled his shit almost immediately after that came out, right? Because like, I don't know, man. This never got adjudicated, and he never stopped working. Like I said, his acting roles have basically mostly dried up. He usually now only does voice acting, which is very different. You're not spending, you know, you don't have a trailer. You're not there like overnight. Like voice acting is very different, okay? When you're on location filming a film and everybody's in their trailers, the actors are around each other, you're on set, you're away from everybody, you know, it's like, it's a lot, like you can't really be smarmy during voice acting because you come into a studio, even if there's other actors there, you're not spending the night on a set, you're not, right? Everything, you go home after your day's work. And he moved into voice acting after Straw Dogs and right around 2013. So I always thought that maybe like after Willa Holland's mom maybe made a stink, that maybe he had gotten quietly sort of pushed off of the set work and being on location because of like sort of repeated accusations and people finally speaking up a little bit. And then maybe he moved into voice work. But it's pretty wild that the minute this shit got reposted, he went fully dark. Okay? He did. Yeah, look at him with the Gadsden. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. You know what's so funny about this guy? Is this guy is flying the fucking Gadsden fucking don't tread on me, but he blocks people like instantly, bro. He is such a wuss, dude. The minute you bump into him, he is like blocking you and like hiding your replies and shit. He is an absolute clown. Dude, they're all like super flimsy. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, dude, he's mental. Dude, he's mental. Like, look at the shit he was saying, guys. You ready?
Now that people are on antidepressants, now men are as well. They're on Ozempic, they're on all this stuff.
Yes.
Now, if you watch a football game, I go out of my way. I love that you're on Substack and so because you don't have to see commercial. When you watch football, all of a sudden you see commercials, and I just watch I mean, there are so many side effects to, and, you know, it's always suicidal and rage, and you know, and by the way, every school shooting, everybody's all guns. I said it's not about the guns. And it turns out that it's not only about the guns, people on drugs, not only on drugs, it's usually the wrong hormones for the wrong sex. And this transgender shit is, to me, one of the, this was the Rubicon for me with Democrats. If you're still a Democrat and you support mutilating 5-year-olds because they like the color pink, you're just a monster. Shut up. I'm just
agree.
done with Democrats. If you're still a Democrat now, you're nuts.
Dude, but like, bro, who is mutilating kids because they like the color pink? Like, what a fucking weirdo, dude. How mental do you have to be to even think that shit's going on? Look at this. I didn't even know I tweeted this, but I said James Woods shits in a litter box. Dude, God, I'm good. I'm so good at Twitter. I didn't even remember fucking leaving that tweet. That's funny, dude. Dude, James Woods shits in a litter. Dude. Oh, fuck, bro. But, like, dude, like this, though, isn't that crazy? See, but the irony is that this guy is the predator, okay? This guy is the dude that's, like, you know, smarming on the girl playing his daughter on Straw Dogs around her mom and in front of people on set. This guy is trying to bang 16-year-old girls at fucking Mel's Diner, trying to take them to Vegas. Like, bro, you're asking a 16-year-old to go to Vegas with you? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And he's running around being like, oh, yeah, the transgender, they're mutilating kids because they like pink. Like, yo, dude. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, this guy is gonna, like, lick Matt Gaetz's booty hole for breakfast. So fucked up. But again, he went dark, guys. Dude, he is again. Now, I wonder how many other women have dirt on James Woods, because I feel like we should have I feel like the Epstein files and what's going on now deserve like a Me Too round 2. I mean, don't you? I really think a Me Too round 2 is something that would be timely. Like, women coming forward en masse to out these guys. Because, it's just, there's so many of them, right? There's so many of them. And then today, guys, we're going to pivot real quick. So I want to cover one more thing real fast, is because something else happened today regarding Hasan, okay? And it was this, okay? So Hasan, look at what Hasan said. He made this clip here, okay?
Bro, you would think this is the wokeness hour and not fucking Hitler's favorite television broadcast, Fox News. Fox News is rape TV, okay? It's the pro-rape network. The candidates that it puts forward and defends, many of which are rapists.
Endless.
The hosts, some of the most prominent hosts on the network, were such prolific rapists that the other women that were on the network had successfully sued them. Okay? The idea that this is now all of a sudden these fucking liberal blowhards endlessly pontificating about the dangers of sexual violence and sexual assault, they're one step removed from starting to talk about fucking rape culture. One of their rapist hosts is now the fucking Secretary of War. Pete Hegseth also has a Nazi tattoo on his motherfucking chest. A Nazi tattoo that actually got dinged by the National Guard, which stopped him from participating at the inauguration as security detail.
Now, guys, he's going off about 𝗤𝗙𝗃𝗃. And dude, 𝗃𝗃 does have a strong, credible rape accusation from a Republican convention. And it was a woman who was married whose job was just to get drunken 𝗃𝗃 to his room. Okay? And now what's interesting about this is they put that woman under NDA and they just made that shit go away, which is real common with this shit. But he's not wrong about Fox with the candidates. I mean, this shit goes all the way back to Bill O'Reilly, okay? And Megyn Kelly was even involved in voicing about sexual harassment and shit. I mean, there's a lot of shit. And it goes, you know what I'm saying? This is like Fox News has many, many, many lawsuits about sexual harassment and grape and all that shit. Okay, so now Hasan is not wrong. Okay, and especially with 𝗤𝗃𝗃𝗃, that convention and that rape charge and that NDA, all of that is accurate. But look at what Scott Jennings chimes in with. Okay, look at Scott Jennings. Look at what he says, dude. He comes in and he says, time to sue. Dude, bro, this shit cracks me up. Okay? This shit really cracks me up, guys. With the whole, the MAGA, these MAGA Republicans, they keep saying oh, I'm going to sue. I'm going to sue. Oh, time to sue. But really? Do you think 𝗤𝗃𝗃𝗃 would sue Hasan so we could get some lawyers let's go back, 𝗤𝗃𝗃𝗃. Let's go back and look at your case. Okay? Let's go back and look. Is there an NDA? Let's go back and look at the terms of that NDA. Let's go back and look at some of those things around that Republican convention. Let's go back and look at your correspondence with people around that time. I mean, that would be a hell of a discovery, guys. I mean, even me, I got in here, I got in there somewhere and was saying, dude, let's go. I want to get sued. Please. I mean, I don't think there's going to be a lawsuit at all. But it's just astonishing to me how these guys want to talk about Graham Platner. I mean, dude, Platner and that shit leading up to the rape accusation, dude, I'm there. People are jettisoning him. Okay, Bernie canceled. Everybody pulled their endorsements instantaneously. The guy's campaign fell apart in days. But to have these guys Scott Jennings come forward and pontificating about candidates with SA allegations is insane. I mean, can I just show you one of the greatest tweets I've seen about this? It's from this woman, right? Jesus freaking Congress. Look at this tweet. You want to see the fucking tweet of all tweets, guys? This one is money. You ready? Let me find it. Right here. You ready? Look at this. It says, breaking news. New reporting reveals that Graham Platner has been accused by 28 women of sexual misconduct, including allegations of rape, sexual assault, unwanted groping, harassment, and abuse. And some of the alleged victims say they were minors at the time. Oh, wait. That was Donald Trump. And the Republicans are still backing him, right? I mean, that says it all. And yet, guys, they are literally running around pontificating about fucking Platner. They want to talk about fucking Graham Platner. These assholes. Okay? Dude. Dude, look at him. Hold on. Dude. He calls him a commie. Dude. Oh my God. Dude, right? They're like, they fully vetted Graham Platner, happily signed off on his incredibly disturbing history. They're only pretending to be shocked. They think he's pretending to be shocked. Dude, I want to find the Kellyanne Conway, dude. This one is amazing. Hold on, guys. This one is worthy. Okay? You ready? Watch this. This is amazing. This is Kellyanne Conway and John Kennedy. Now tell me who they're talking about. Okay? You ready? Tell me who they're talking about here. This is hilarious.
Knows that this guy is he's a predator. He is a predator, and you don't want him anywhere near power.
These allegations of abuse and assault and disparaging our military, calling them fat, you deserve to die, said to one of our troops, and the Nazi tattoo, it just goes on, and it never seemed enough for your colleagues across the aisle in the Democratic Party to chuck this guy into the latest rounds of allegations, thereby showing Senator Kennedy that for the Democrats, they don't believe all women. They chuck that to the side when you're talking about a swing state. You're not talking about morality here. You're talking about electability. They're not counting up the victims of Graham Platner's abuse. They're counting votes. Senator Kennedy, the one and only, thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Dude, isn't that wild? Like, she literally described Trump of the allegations, the harassment. We shouldn't have this guy near power. He denigrates the military, right? He's fucking, you know what I'm saying? Everybody's falling in line behind him. It is like, bro, how do you have that much cognitive dissonance to be, because like, I'll say this shit about Graham Platner, and I'll say this shit about fucking Bill Clinton, and I'll say this shit about Donald Trump. I will say this shit about all of those greasy motherfuckers, but like, I don't know how you can say that shit about Bill Clinton and say that shit about fucking Graham Platner and then look at Donald Trump and be like, he good. Dude, like, how do you do that? What kind of drugs are these people on? You know what I'm saying? What kind of, like, is there a pill? Is there like a cognitive dissonance, like eyedropper I can take? Like, how do you get to that point, you know? You know, how do you get to that point? And I mean, and it's not even just the Republicans. There are some other people that are doing it, okay? Like for example, I mean, I don't want to throw her completely under the bus because she is in our fucking, you know, coalition, but it's fucking, where is she? Let me find it. It's Neera Tanden. Okay. So Neera Tanden has been very opposed. She's a centrist. She worked with Bill Clinton. Okay. But Neera Tanden is like, has been trying to, she's a CNN contributor. Okay. And she used to work on the Clinton campaign, like way back when. So she's an older person, but she's heavily tied to the Clinton family. And she's a centrist Democrat who is on CNN and the other news shows all the time. Okay. She is a pundit, and right. She is a pundit that is fucking you. I'm sure you've seen her. Okay. But she is like, she is going very in on against all of the like Israeli war machine candidates. Okay. She does not like the DSA, and she is a Zionist for sure. Okay. Now, the problem I have with Neera Tanden is what she's been doing since Platner. Okay, since Platner has taken this nosedive, she has made these kind of comments. If I was the 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀 campaign, I probably wouldn't want to be associated with Platner Advisors' previous push for Platner as a future president, given that it sounds grotesque today. But then again, his campaign is all the same advisors, so maybe he'll be next. So she's like trying to like create a name recognition of 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀 with Platner, but they're not even remotely alike. And she did it with AOC too. She went on CNN and started talking about AOC, like trying to sort of poison the well of AOC's maybe thinking about, right? She's trying to tie all of the prominent leftists, she's trying to tie them to Platner, and AOC did not endorse Platner. She stayed pretty quiet. I think she kind of knew that he was really risky, okay? Because AOC is not stupid. But the thing that I have a problem with, guys, is this fucking woman, okay? This fucking woman worked for Bill Clinton. She worked for Bill Clinton. And guys, Bill Clinton has some pretty credible SA allegations, okay? He's never been caught, right? But he has some pretty credible ones. He certainly abused power with, Monica Lewinsky, and he certainly was on that Epstein plane multiple times and was deeply connected to Epstein. At the very least, I think everybody can agree that Bill Clinton was a fucking sex predator to some degree, okay? But she has never disavowed Bill Clinton. She has never even acknowledged his predatory nature, okay? Not at all. And so that's fucking problematic. You know what I'm saying? Because I was calling her out because I'm like, dude, she's never disavowed Bill Clinton. And she will basically, right, if you're an Epstein class Democrat, she will have nothing to say about you, right? But if you're not an Epstein class Democrat and you're associated with the DSA or Bernie Sanders or any left-wing movement, she will try to tie you to like Graham Platner or to any bad thing, right? And dude, that's some bullshit. And she's like in her coalition, man. There are people in her coalition that are doing this shit, okay? Somebody said something about Hillary sleeping in the same bed. I'm going to be honest, guys. I can't prove this, and this is just a Tommy hunch, but I always thought that Bill and Hillary's marriage was, they had kids, but, and they had a marriage, but I always thought Hillary had women on the side and that Bill had men on the side, and that was just baked into their familial agreement, that their marriage was a business love and a kid raising love and a family love. But I thought they maybe had an understanding that Hillary had some women and Bill had some dudes. And that's what, when I looked at their marriage, that's how I saw it. I could be wrong on that, but they always reminded me of like poly. They did. I know a lot of poly people. You didn't just hear this? That's how I always thought of them. And maybe that's not, but I always looked at them and thought, yeah, I thought that was kind of how it was rolling. They had that poly vibe, guys. They did, dude. Call me crazy. Wasn't there even some suspicion for a while that Hillary was maybe involved with like one of Andrew Weiner's fucking assistants or some shit? I thought there was some suspicion of Hillary and like a woman staffer even way back when. Right? I got a wild imagination. I do. I just always thought that she swung both ways. Right? Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, 𝗙𝗪𝗄𝗏. That's who it was. Yeah. Dude, I thought there was some suspicion of her before. This is pretty colorful. Dude, let's go. Hey guys, like I said, I can't prove it. Okay, I can't prove it, and if even if it was, would it matter? I think it would be totally fine. There are more people doing that shit than you know. Okay, and I know a lot of people that are in the polyamorous world. So I do, you know, sometimes I see people and I'm like, man, they feel like they're a fucking poly couple, right? And so, you know. And dude, she came up in like the girls' feminist schools. A lot of the girls in the fucking 60s and 70s that hung out in like the girls' Ivy League world, they were all fucking exploring guys. They still are, right? They still are, man. I say, you know, more power to them. Right? Because men are some dirty creatures. Okay? Dude, men suck, boss. Dude, we do. We're terrible. You love exploring? Let's go. Yeah, Malcolm, you're probably not wrong. All right, I'm gonna go make some videos, guys. Dude, I planned on only doing a 2-hour stream. We did 4 hours. All right. But I soon I'm going to be streaming daytimes too. I may start on Monday, guys. I don't know if I'm going to start, but I may start next week. I'm really looking to mix shit up, and if I do, I'm going to be doing shorter streams at night. I'll be doing like 10 to midnight instead of like 10 to 2 a.m. and I'll be streaming a couple hours during the day. Right? You know. But I may start Monday. I'm kind of hankering to mix it up, shake up the channel a little bit. The July algorithm has been fucking killing me, bro. Dude, the July algorithm is killing me. So I think I'm gonna do a noon. I'm having trouble because I'm not getting in on news stories early enough, right? So if it's a really big news event, my shit is like getting seen because people are consuming a lot of content about it. But if it's kind of a small news event, I'm not able to like get in on it because by the time I'm even covering it, everybody and their mother already has their videos out. So what I need to do is I need to be in the news shit from noon to 2 p.m. and then putting out a fucking 4 p.m. video about what just happened in that time, right? And a 6 p.m. video about that shit. And then doing a night stream and putting out videos for the morning shit. But so I gotta shake things up, dude. If I want to grow, we gotta get out there. So I'm definitely going to a noon to 2 p.m. stream. I just don't know when I'm starting it, but I'm thinking about maybe starting it Monday, right? Do I live cast on X? I do not. I do not. I don't want to live stream on Twitter because I don't like Elon. And there's no, his financial payouts are shady at best. So, all right. You ready? You ready for that dance, baby? We earned it. Let's get it. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. Oh. Oh. Oh, stretch, baby. Midas Touch always has info first. Yeah, it's because they have a team, guys. Right? Midas Touch has fucking researchers and people that are combing online for stories. They have a full newsroom, then a team of editors, so all of their people can just record something and send it off. Right? Dude, I would love to have that kind of infrastructure. Dude, I'm like one guy. You know what sucks, guys? Here, let me tell you what sucks. I'm going to complain for 1 minute here about like what it's like being a content creator now. So when 𝗙elle 𝗪𝗠𝗧𝗏 and you know, Brian Tyler Cohen and a lot of those bigger name guys, you know, even Midas Touch 5-6 years ago, when those guys were coming up, Majority Report, all that shit, there were no big streamers, okay? You know what I'm saying, Hasan? You go back to 2020, like there were nobody was big on streaming except like TYT, right? There was nobody to compete with. So anybody could start a political YouTube channel and make videos, and you were going to at least get seen. You know what I mean? But there weren't any like big guys. But like now, all of those guys are big and they have editors and they have clip channels. And then you have somebody like Midas Touch that has a team and they're like also working with people like Adam Mockler. So now if you start a political channel, you're going to be like one person streaming and editing, but the people you're competing with all have teams. And so it's like, in order to compete, you got to make 3, 4, 5 videos a day. And, you know, 5 shorts a day, and you got to build an audience, right? But you have to figure out how to do that without a team, right? Because if you do 1 video a day or whatever, it's going to take you like years to grow or to be able to survive. So it's like, it's hard. It's like hard the further you get into it. You know what I'm saying? You got to be crafty. Dude, it's like, you know, starting early is the way to go, man. Oh shit. I'll be honest, like for me, I want to become a better speaker. If I could speak better and be more concise and like less meandery, like it would be easier to edit, right? But it takes me a little while to edit sometimes because there's so much like interaction and shit. Right? You're going to make it because it's unique and share so much? Yeah. No, I definitely have some things that set me apart, Christine. It's, you know, for sure. I definitely have some things, right? It's just, you know, it's like you got to figure out a way to grind it without burning out. That's what it is, right? And I'm getting there, you know? Oh. Let's go. Let's go. Dude, no, I'm looking at 𝗪𝗡𝗍. Dude, 𝗪𝗡𝗍, he's like right where I'm at right now. Right? I'm looking at him right now. He's like pretty much almost exactly where I am. Except he's got like twice as many subs. But he's pretty much also came from Fortnite. Yeah, he's like right where I'm at. He's doing the same shit. Nice. He has the community posts, links, and make his thumbnails. Yeah, see, I don't think I'd want the community making my thumbnails, though. I mean, that would depend on their thumbnail, right? But yeah, no, his channel is like pretty much like, I look at the view counts and shit. His channel is pretty much similar to mine. Yeah, he seems pretty similar. I dig it. Let's go, dude. I dig it. It's good to know there's other people out there, baby. Let's go. Still can't figure out how someone with 86,000 subs has only 400 watching. Dude, 400's a lot there, boss. Right? Because you have 86,000 subscribers, right? But it's 400 average. People are coming and going. There's been 4,000 watching, right? Which is like 5% of your total subscribers. And so, like, that, which is crazy. Because with anything, 5% or 10% engagement is like huge. But it's the 400 is just the concurrent, right? There's actually, since this stream has started, 4,000 people have been watching. And it's just averaging 400 at a time, right? So that concurrent is like an average number, right? That's what you're looking at. You're not seeing necessarily the exact number watching. You're seeing the concurrent average, right? Let's go. You're stretching good. You ready to dance? But yeah, dude, my stream numbers are amazing. Like, my stream is the most successful thing about this. The stream numbers have been fucking crazy good. But yeah, the way fucking those things work is, you build subscribers over time, but like not everybody's active, right? Like if you have 80,000 subscribers and you're making YouTube videos, every video should get around 4,000 views, like 5% for all things digital. I mean, I've been doing digital like a long time, and the 5% rule holds pretty good. Like, some are smaller, like Twitter is smaller. Twitter is like 2%. But on Instagram or Twitch or YouTube, if you have 5%, you're doing really well, right? If you have 10%, you're doing like real good. Like 10% is great. And if you go higher than that, you're doing exceptional. But those are like the benchmarks for all. Like, all online shit is just a numbers game, right? It's a numbers game. And then it's like an up and down game. You have to get used to like things blowing up, and you get a whole bunch of shit, and then your channel goes real slow for like flat lines for a while till it blows up again, and you have to constantly be trying to grow and change and shit. Yeah, it's a lot of work, man. A lot of learning how to be cool when it feels like it's going poorly. Dude, right? That's what I tell people when they say, I want to be a content creator. What's the most important thing? I'm like, the most important thing is you have to be able to look at what you're doing and have it appear to be going very, very badly. And you have to be able to energetically and happily continue doing it. That's it. Because that's what it is. It's like there are moments of like, damn, it's blowing up. But most of the time it's like, dude, it's crashing. My career is over. My channel's dying. And you got to be like, I'm so excited. Dude, right? That's what it is. All of content creation is getting excited and doing a whole bunch of work when you feel like everything's ending. Let's go. Oh, you ready? All right. On that note, that's the secret to my success, is I always feel like my channel is dying, and so I go and put more work into it. Dude, you're editing a vid? Let's go. Good for you. All right, here we go. Let's go. Time for a little deja vu. Let's get it. Come on, baby. Oh, daytime.
this feeling that I have now, almost a bit holy, an notion that I will make it out somehow.
Be good to your head. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. I will see you guys tomorrow. In the meantime, stay radiant. Good night.
Hey, I just want to change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating.